Chapter 235. If you King move again, I'll kill you, a cold voice came from behind Wei Zhong. In an instant, all the geniuses from the high-ranked martial houses were shocked. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. They saw Wei Zhong standing there with a pale face. Chu Hen, who was in front of Wei Zhong just a second ago, was now standing behind Wei Zhong. Chu Hen was facing Wei Zhong's back. The domineering black true origin condensed into a sharp blade in his palm. The sharp end of the blade was pressed against Wei Zhong's waist, the weakest part of his body. As long as Wei Zhong dared to move, the blade in Chu Hen's palm would instantly pierce through Wei Zhong's body. One move. It was not even one move. He only used half a move. Chu Hen had grabbed Wei Zhong's vital point. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground when they saw the scene before them. Just now, not many people were able to see how Chu Hen made his move. That ghost-like movement speed could be said to be terrifying. The people who were gloating could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Although Wei Zhong was the weakest among the 5 Imperial Martial Academy students on the Heaven list, he was still at the 4th level of the core transformation stage. However, his cultivation base was at the 4th level of the core transformation realm. Moreover, he had been at the 4th level of the core transformation realm for a long time. He was much stronger than Wei Qingfan a month ago. Chu Hen fought with Wei Qingfan and won the championship after a bitter battle. Now, in the blink of an eye, he defeated Wei Zhong, who was stronger than Wei Qingfan. This kind of scene really made everyone feel even more shocked. Wei Qingfan's face turned pale, and the killing intent in his eyes became more intense. Clap, clap, clap. A slow applause broke the tense atmosphere. Then Huang Fuliang slowly walked forward with a faint smile on his face. Wonderful. This is really wonderful. Junior brother Chu Hen has really opened our eyes. However, this is the Imperial City. Acting recklessly here will cause problems. Can you let go of Wei Zhong first? Huang Fuliang's indifferent tone did not show any emotion. Huang Fuliang's attitude was surprisingly good. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he immediately dispersed the true essence Qi blade in his palm. Wei Zhong immediately felt the threat behind him lessen, and the others around him also heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Zhong, you were the one who attacked first. Please apologize to junior brother Chu Hen. Huang Fuliang said. Wei Zhong's face was extremely ugly. His face was red and white. Even though his heart was filled with unwillingness, he did not go against Huang Fuliang's words. I'm sorry. Wei Zhong said solemnly. Chu Hen smiled indifferently and replied casually, Thank you, senior brother Wei Zhong, for letting me win just now. Wei Zhong's expression became even more gloomy. Originally, he wanted to give Chu Hen a show of strength and cut down his opponent's spirit. He didn't expect that he would be counterattacked by Chu Hen. This was really a great loss of face. At this moment, Giant Elephant Lin Yuan, Bright Moon Su Rong, Difeng Situ Feng, Ling Siwinya, and the other geniuses looked at Chu Hen with different expressions. Only a few of them had the ability to subdue Wei Zhong with one move. Although Wei Zhong's carelessness was part of it, whether it was Chu Hen's movement speed or reaction speed, they were definitely enough to make people gasp in admiration. Junior brother Chu Hen, since it was a misunderstanding, let's pretend that it never happened. Huang Fuliang smiled gently and extended his right hand. Chu Hen hesitated for a while, but he did not say anything. He nodded slightly and extended his hand to shake Huang Fuliang's hand. However, in the instant that their palms touched, Chu Hen's body could not help but tremble. His handsome face immediately became abnormally gloomy. What's going on? The surrounding people were all confused. Huang Fuliang was still smiling. He calmly looked at Chu Hen's gloomy eyes and casually withdrew his hand. Hee, junior brother Chu Hen, I hope this kind of misunderstanding won't happen again. Before the crowd could understand what had happened, a middle-aged general in silver armor led 7 or 8 guards to the platform. Students of the Heaven Roll, please follow me to the throne hall to meet His Majesty. Everyone's eyes lit up and they all looked expectant. Everyone, please. Under the middle-aged general's guidance, the geniuses from the various academies followed him. Meanwhile, Chu Hen was still standing in the same position. Chu Hen, what's wrong? Yu Qingyu was the first to run over. Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, and the rest also gathered around him. Chu Hen did not answer. His right hand that was suspended in the air trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with malice. Lin Yuan walked over and smiled. It's very easy to be at a disadvantage when dealing with Huang Fuliang. It's best to stay away from him in the future. The few of them were confused. They looked at Lin Yuan and then at Chu Hen. Phew, I'm fine. Let's go. Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief. His right hand that had stopped trembling was clenched into a fist. The veins on his arm were bulging. When he touched Huang Fuliang's palm, an extremely ferocious hidden force surged into Chu Hen's body. Even though Chu Hen was prepared, the hidden force had almost broken the bones and meridians in his hand. Fortunately, Chu Hen's chaotic body bloodline could strengthen his physique. Moreover, he cultivated the flaming sun body tempering technique, which made Chu Hen's physique much stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, the bones in Chu Hen's arm would have been shattered on the spot. Hidden daggers and smiles and needles in silk floss. When he raised his hand and laughed, every careless movement he made hid danger. Huang Fuliang was indeed an extremely dangerous person. Looking at the backs of Huang Fuliang and the rest, Chu Hen's eyes were filled with coldness. He secretly swore that he would definitely return the humiliation he suffered today in the future. Soon after, under the lead of the silver-armored general, the 100 genius students on the heaven ranking entered the throne room one after another. This golden imperial treasure book was the place where the civil and military officials of the dynasty discussed politics. Now that the emperor was receiving everyone here, it was enough to show how important the Heaven List battle was to the 6 nations. The throne room was extremely luxurious. The glazed tiles were dazzling and magnificent. 4 huge pillars supported the majestic throne room. Dragons and phoenixes were carved on the pillars. They were vivid and lifelike, emitting the majesty of the imperial family. From the main entrance of the throne room all the way to the outside, there were many valiant and extraordinary imperial army guards. The entire hall was filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. A young man dressed in a dragon robe sat on the throne at the very top of the throne room, displaying the supreme might of authority. On the left side of the dragon throne room, there was a graceful figure in a gorgeous robe. Everyone lowered their heads as they entered the throne room. No one dared to look at the 2 people in the throne room. Greetings to His Majesty and the Regent. Long live the Emperor, long live the Regent. The silver-armored general knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. Greetings to His Majesty and the Regent. Long live the Emperor, long live the Regent. The prodigies of the heaven ranking also bowed respectfully. Everyone knew that the previous emperor passed away early. The current emperor, Huang Fuhao, had inherited the throne at a young age. Back then, because the emperor was young, it was difficult for him to manage the court. However, the emperor's sister, the current princess, suppressed all the officials in the court and obtained the auxiliary power. She became the first female regent in the history of the dynasty. Of course, the information about the internal power struggle of the imperial family was extremely limited. Moreover, no one dared to spread it. Everyone only knew that the princess was participating in the regent's reign. However, what was the reason behind it? The outside world did not know. In fact, ever since the princess Huang Fuqing assisted the imperial family, the Sacred Star dynasty had prospered and there had been no disturbances in the court. This gradually earned the respect of the officials in the court. Rise! A dignified voice came from Huang Fuhao's mouth. Thank you, Your Majesty. Everyone kowtowed and raised their heads. Chu Hen slightly sized up the emperor who was sitting on the dragon throne. He saw that the other party was only around 17 or 18 years old, but he had the appearance of a mature youth. Between his brows, he revealed a high and mighty dignity. This was the emperor who controlled the lifeline of the entire dynasty and had the power to decide life and death. Anyone who stood here would feel a great pressure. Then, Chu Hen subconsciously glanced at the regent on the other side of the throne room. In the next moment, Chu Hen's pupils shrank involuntarily. His face was instantly filled with shock. Chapter 236. Imperial City, Golden Throne Hall. 100 top genius students of the heavenly list stood in front of the Golden Throne Hall. Every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces. In front of them was the Emperor Huang Fu Hao and the Princess Regent since the founding of the dynasty. As the two people who held the highest power in the Sacred Star dynasty, anyone who stood in front of them would have to be extremely cautious. However, at this moment, Chu Hen's face was filled with deep astonishment as he looked at the regent who was staring at the emperor. It was a graceful and beautiful figure. She was wearing a gorgeous, dark, golden robe and exuded an innate aristocratic aura. Xia Qing. The noble and delicate face was obviously Xia Qing. In an instant, Chu Hen's heart was in turmoil. Xia Qing, Huang Fu Qing. They had the same name but different surnames, and they were both members of the royal family. Chu Hen immediately understood that Xia Qing was Huang Fu Qing, the emperor's elder sister and the only female regent since the founding of the dynasty. Chu Hen was still shocked. No wonder Xia Qing had the powerful cultivation of the void-piercing realm at such a young age. No wonder even the dark elite team of the royal family was obedient to her. Chu Hen shook his head secretly. He didn't expect that the woman he accidentally met in the Boneless Mountain Range would have such an amazing background. At this moment, Huang Fu Qing's eyes suddenly fell on Chu Hen. When their eyes met, Huang Fu Qing's beautiful eyes were clearly moved. However, Huang Fu Qing quickly moved her eyes away and looked at the emperor, Huang Fu Hao, who was sitting on the dragon throne. The latter raised his hand slightly and said in a clear voice, "Royal sister, I will need you to explain to the genius students about the Heavenly List tournament." "Yes, your majesty," Huang Fu Qing replied softly. Then, she took a few steps forward and walked to the front of the hall. Everyone in the hall was startled, and their gazes towards Huang Fu Qing were filled with reverence and respect. Not only did Huang Fu Qing have a high status, but she was also one of the 4 beauties of the imperial city. There were countless men in the world who admired her. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone here for entering the Heaven Roll and becoming a member of the Heaven Roll. I believe that all of you have heard from your dean that the so-called Heavenly List battle is to represent the Saint Star Empire to fight against the other 5 empires of the 100-nation state. So, Huang Fu Qing paused for a second, and her beautiful eyes showed a bit of dignity. Is there anyone here who wants to quit? Quit? Everyone was startled. Besides the geniuses of the 5 academies who remained calm and composed, the students of the other high-ranked martial houses glanced at each other. Everyone, don't worry. Participation in the Heaven List battle is voluntary. If anyone is not interested, the imperial family will not force them. After a brief moment of hesitation, no one chose to back out. To be able to represent the entire dynasty in battle is our honor. How could I possibly back out of such an opportunity? That's right. I'm willing to go through fire and water for the dynasty. We will do our best. Many hot-blooded people made up their minds. Huang Fu Qing raised her head slightly. If that's the case, I'll explain in detail the details of the Heaven List battle that the 6 great dynasties will be participating in. The hall immediately became quiet. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Chu Hen squinted his eyes, and a hint of seriousness appeared between his brows. I believe that everyone has heard of the 7 Souls Ancient Kingdom. 7 Souls Ancient Kingdom? Everyone present could not help but be startled. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows lifted. He was secretly surprised. He, who grew up in the general's mansion of Burning Rain City, was not unfamiliar with the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. It was an ancient kingdom with thousands of years of history. More than 300 years ago, the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom was the overlord of the 100-nation state. However, no one had expected that a dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years would suddenly fall from prosperity to decline. Then, in less than 100 years, it was completely destroyed. The fall of an overlord dynasty meant the rise of another dynasty. After the fall of the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom, the Sacred Star dynasty, the Tianluo dynasty, the Wind Mist dynasty, the Rock dynasty, the Flame Shadow dynasty, and the Sword dynasty rose rapidly. In just over 200 years, the 6 great dynasties had grown from mid-level dynasties to overlords and controlled the chaotic situation in the 100-nation state. Everyone was familiar with the history of the Sacred Star dynasty. However, they did not understand why Huang Fuqing mentioned the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. Could the Heaven List battle be related to the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom? Just when everyone was confused, Huang Fuqing continued to explain, the ancient kingdom of Seven Souls is an ancient dynasty that has existed for thousands of years. Even though that dynasty has fallen, it is still a powerful dynasty. Although the dynasty has fallen, the ruins left behind by the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom are rich in inheritance and treasures. The rich inheritance and treasures were coveted by the dynasties in the 100-nation state to compete for a share. The 6 dynasties that were most capable of competing for the resources left behind by the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom were the Sacred Star dynasty, the Tianluo dynasty, the Wind Mist dynasty, the Rock Shadow dynasty, and the Sword dynasty. The 6 great dynasties kept each other in check, and their overall strength was similar. Moreover, the situation in the 100-nation state was relatively complicated. It was definitely not advisable to start a war rashly. However, no one was willing to give up the inheritance and treasures left behind by the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. After a few decades of tug-of-war, the dynasties were unwilling to give up. Therefore, the 6 great dynasties negotiated and obtained the rights to the resources left behind by the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom through martial arts competition. The so-called martial arts competition meant that each of the 6 great dynasties would send out 100 young geniuses to compete in the Heaven List battle. The competition between the 6 dynasties, whichever dynasty's genius was able to obtain the title of champion, would represent the dynasty and obtain the rights to control the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom for 50 years. In the past 6 nations competition, the Tianluo dynasty was the first to obtain the rights to control the ruins of the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom. After that, our Sacred Star dynasty obtained the rights twice in a row. In other words, our Sacred Star dynasty has controlled the ruins of the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom for 100 years. This time it will be the 4th 6 nations competition. Huang Fuqing's clear and calm voice reverberated in the throne room. The geniuses in the center of the hall sighed after hearing this. It turned out that there was such an agreement between the 6 great dynasties. Your Highness, I have a question, Lin Yuan from the Mammoth Martial House suddenly said. Please speak. Huang Fuqing replied indifferently. Your Highness, the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom has been destroyed for 200 to 300 years. In addition to the competition between the dynasties, after 50 years of management by the Tianluo dynasty and 100 years of control by our Sacred Star dynasty, after so many things, does the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom still have any inheritance worth exploiting? As soon as Lin Yuan said this, most people immediately agreed with him. After 100 years of trials and tribulations, new changes with each passing day, one could imagine that when the Seven Souls' ancient kingdom was in danger, the dynasties and empires must have divided it up like ferocious jackals and wolves. It was likely that there was no inheritance left even now. Huang Fuqing shook his head slightly and said indifferently, "An ancient kingdom with thousands of years of history is not as simple as you think. Although it has been destroyed for nearly 300 years, there are still many inheritance resources that have not been excavated in the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom." Moreover, Huang Fuqing's tone was somewhat solemn as he said, "Today, the Six Nation competition is no longer just about the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom. This is a competition of strength between the Six Nations, which means the prestige and status of a dynasty. Therefore, taking control of the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom is secondary. The most important thing is to show the strength of the younger generation of our dynasty and stabilize our position as the overlord of the Hundred Kingdoms province." After listening to Huang Fuqing's words, the people in the audience no longer had any doubts. Each and every one of them had a solemn expression on their faces. Even Emperor Huang Fuhao, who was sitting on the dragon throne, was moved. I have finished talking about the reason for the Six-Nation competition. Next, I will talk about the specifics of the Heaven List competition. The competition will be held at the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom. What? As soon as he said this, the people in the hall were shocked again. 100 top geniuses from each dynasty will gather in my Sacred Star dynasty in a month. At that time, 600 geniuses will enter the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom at the same time. As for the details of the competition, I will explain them at that time. The genius students could not help but clench their fists as their eyes were burning with passion. In a month, the top geniuses of the other 5 dynasties would arrive at the capital city. This was the real gathering of the geniuses, a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. The scene was incomparable to the Earth List competition. In order to thank everyone for representing the Sacred Star dynasty during the competition, all of you have the right to use the inheritance resources in the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom. Everyone's heart lit up. Although they did not know what kind of inheritance resources were left in the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom after so many years, it was undeniable that everyone was looking forward to it and was curious about it. Of course, the participation of the 6 nations in the competition also meant that the geniuses of the other 5 dynasties would also be able to enjoy the resources in the ruins. Huang Fuqing looked up and continued, "In order for everyone to complete the task better, this is a gift from the imperial family." As soon as he finished speaking, 100 young palace maids walked into the hall politely. Chapter 237. In order for all of you to have a better performance in the 6 Nations heaven-ranking battle, this is a little gift from the imperial family to all of you. As soon as Huang Fuqing finished speaking, 100 young palace maids walked into the main hall with a tray in their hands. On each tray, there was a wooden brocade box and a scroll. The eyes of all the genius students lit up. Their faces were filled with surprise. Every palace maid brought the tray in front of everyone. Huang Fuqing continued, "These 2 items are the Earth Star Soul Gathering Pill and the Void-Piercing Realm Martial Skill Cultivation Method. I hope they can be of some help to all of you. Wow." As soon as Huang Fuqing finished speaking, there was a slight commotion in the main hall. Even Huang Wu, Huang Fuliang, Giant Elephant Lin Yuan, Bright Moon Su Rong, and the other geniuses were delighted. For a core transformation stage martial artist, the Earth Star Soul Gathering Pill was definitely the best supplementary pill. An Earth Star Soul Gathering Pill was extremely expensive. Even in the Imperial City, it was enough to make countless families and forces shake their heads and sigh. Even if you could afford it, the Earth Star Border Soul Condensing Pill was often priceless. Now, there were 100 Earth Star Soul Gathering Pills in front of everyone. Only the Imperial family could afford to spend so much money. As for the Void-Piercing Realm Martial Skill Cultivation Method, it was a treasure that countless people fought over. Looking at the 2 items in front of them, most of the geniuses in the main hall could not calm down. This time, The imperial family had really invested a lot in order to continue winning the Six Nations heaven-ranking battle. Of course, if one looked at it from the perspective of the imperial family, it would be understandable. The situation in the 100-nation state was complicated. The Sacred Star Empire was not the only overlord. The other 5 empires were eyeing them covetously. In order to stabilize the position of the Sacred Star Empire in the 100-nation state, it was absolutely necessary to show the strength of the empire. As the saying went, if the youth was strong, the country would be strong. The biggest factor in the future of a dynasty was the comprehensive strength of the younger generation. This was also the key to the Six Nations heaven-ranking battle. After Huang Fuqing had finished speaking, she looked back at Huang Fu Hao, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Huang Fu Hao nodded slightly before he stood up and raised both of his hands. His sonorous voice was dignified. I hereby announce that your team's code name will be Saint Star. Huang Fuliang was the leader of the team. In addition, Lin Yuan, Su Rong, Situ Feng, Wenye. The 4 of you will be the deputy commander and assist Huang Fuliang to fight for the Sacred Star Dynasty in the heaven ranking. Battle for the heavenly list. Huang Fu Hao's words caused everyone's blood to boil. Then Huang Fuliang knelt on one knee and said, Thank you for your favor, your majesty. I will not disappoint you. We will not fail you. Lin Yuan, Su Rong, Situ Feng, and Wenye also shouted in unison, kneeled down, and kowtowed to express their gratitude. Sacred Star Team's morale was like a rainbow, showing off their sharpness. At this moment, even Chu Hen could not help but be moved by this atmosphere. The young man's determined eyes faintly flashed with a fiery light. After that, the geniuses each received their Earth Star Border Soul Gathering pills and martial arts skills, and left the imperial palace. Not long after, only Huang Fu Hao and Huang Fuqing were left in the spacious throne room. Just then, a few figures flashed behind the bead curtain on the left side of the throne room. Greetings, mother. Greetings, mother. Huang Fu Hao and Huang Fuqing both bowed to the figure behind the bead curtain. Even though they were separated by the bead curtain, they could still feel the pressure. The person behind the bead curtain was none other than the current Divine Queen, the Emperor's mother. But she was not his biological mother. However, everyone in the imperial city knew that the Divine Queen was the person with the highest authority in the entire dynasty. My son, your actions this time have disappointed me again. A cold voice came from behind the bead curtain. Huang Fu Hao's face changed slightly, and his expression turned ugly. Huang Fuqing looked up and replied calmly, Mother, please enlighten me. Your explanation was too detailed. You only need to let them know 2 things. First, they are representing the Sacred Star Empire. Second, they are the champions of the Six Nations Heaven List Tournament. You don't have to say anything else. But, Mother, since they are representing the Sacred Star Empire, they should know the details, Huang Fuqing replied. I should have taught you that subjects are subjects. As for subjects, you only need to give them orders, and they will follow it immediately. It's not a good thing to know too much. The indifferent voice revealed an inviolable majesty. Born in the royal family, they should make good use of this supreme power. Even if you ask them to die, they must agree. My son, don't blame me for not reminding you. I was the one who asked you to be the regent. Don't let me down. Huang Fuqing clenched her fist and replied softly, Yes, Mother. I was very disappointed when I asked you to lead the elites of the Royal Dark Squad to retrieve the Sacred Star Almanac. Mother, I can confirm that Thief Rat God and that young man did not open the Sacred Star Almanac. There are no absolutes in everything. The best choice is to eliminate all possibilities. I don't want to see this happen a second time. I understand. Then the figure behind the bead curtain turned around and left. A few other figures also followed by his side to escort him. Hearing the footsteps getting further and further away, Huang Fu Hao, who had not said a word since the beginning, let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Huang Fuqing apologetically and said, "Sister, I'm sorry." "Fool, what does this have to do with you?" Huang Fuqing shook her head with a smile. "If I wasn't incompetent, I wouldn't have to ask you to do everything for me." "Who said you're incompetent? You're just young. There will be a day when you will be in charge." "Be in charge?" A bitter smile appeared on Huang Fu's face. At the same time, there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. "As long as that old woman is alive, there will never be a day when I will be in charge. All the officials in the imperial court will follow that old woman's orders. What am I? Stop it." Huang Fuqing frowned and shouted coldly, "Don't say such disgraceful words in the future." Huang Fu's expression changed, and he let out a deep breath. However, the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. Huang Fuqing helplessly shook her head. Her beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. People said that born in the imperial family would be respected by all and be in charge of the world. Who didn't know that the imperial family was as deep as the sea? There was no smoke without smoke. The capital was in chaos. The Heavenly List tournament. In less than a day, the matter regarding the heavenly ranking battle of the 6 nations had already caused a huge uproar in the imperial city. At that time, the top geniuses of the other 5 dynasties would gather in the capital and start a competition in the 7 Souls ancient kingdom. It was indeed a battle that everyone was looking forward to. The only regret was that the process of the Heavenly List tournament could not be observed. Tensei Prefecture, an empty space in the maple forest. When Chu Hen closed the scroll in his hand and rubbed his tired eyes, he realized that it was already evening. Chu Hen let out a long breath and looked at the scroll in front of him with a knowing smile on his face. The void-piercing realm martial skill that the imperial family gave him was a martial skill called Extreme Demonic Slash. This martial skill could coincidentally be used together with saber techniques. Although the jade scroll that Li Wushang gave him also contained a void-piercing realm martial skill. This martial skill from the imperial family saved him a lot of time to find it. Heavenly List Tournament. Heavenly List Tournament. Chu Hen leaned against the maple tree and sat on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the stars in the evening sky. He did not expect so many things to happen in just a year since he came to the capital. Chu Hen felt a little pressured as he thought about the fact that he would be representing the dynasty in a month's time. However, he was also looking forward to it with a heavy heart. There was no guarantee that Huang Fuliang, Ren Han, Wei Zhong, and Wei Qingfan would not cause trouble for him in the tournament. Regardless, he had no way out now. The only thing he could do now was to improve his cultivation base and combat strength as much as he could before the tournament. Whoosh! All of a sudden, there was an obscure flow of air in the air. Chu Hen's heart was startled, and a vigilant expression immediately surged onto his face. "Who's there?" "What do you think?" A gentle and melodious voice of a woman followed. Immediately after, a graceful and luxurious young woman appeared in front of Chu Hen. She gave off a noble aura. "Xia Qing?" Chu Hen's eyes lit up and quickly stood up. "Xia Qing, how did you know I was here?" "Oh, no. I should call you Royal Highness Prince Regent." Once he thought that Xia Qing was Huang Fuqing, Chu Hen's interest immediately decreased by quite a bit. "Let's call me Xia Qing. My mother's surname is Xia, so this is also my real name. I didn't lie to you." Xia Qing smiled lightly. Her bright eyes and white teeth were very attractive. Chu Hen touched his nose and felt a little strange. He hesitated for a while, then smiled and nodded. "All right then. I'll pretend that I don't know your real identity. That works too. But why are you here? Is there anything?" "Nothing. I had nothing to do in the palace, so I came out for a stroll. Unknowingly, I wandered here." Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows lightly jumped, smiled, and said, "Then you accidentally strolled over to my place? That's quite a coincidence. Apart from my teacher, No one else can find this place. What's this? If I want to find someone in the capital, I can find them. Then Xia Qing's figure moved. She leaped into the air like a butterfly and sat steadily on a tree branch. She patted the spot beside her. Chapter 238. The environment of the maple forest in the evening was very beautiful. Although the maple leaves had started to turn yellow, it still looked like a sea of fiery red trees from afar. Contrasting with the sunset in the sky, it was like a fairyland on earth. On the branch of a huge maple tree, a young man and a young woman were sitting next to each other. The falling maple leaves were like dancing butterflies, circling around the two of them. If someone were to witness this scene, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. Because the beautiful woman sitting next to the young man was the princess of the Sacred Star Dynasty, the only female regent. Xia Qing held her fair, jade-like hand and gently caught the fallen leaves that fluttered past her. Her peerlessly beautiful face was filled with a faint, clean smile. Chu Hen, who was beside him, quietly looked at her. It was very hard to imagine that she was still standing in the throne room during the day, as noble as a queen. Ahem. Chu Hen coughed lightly. You haven't told me why you came looking for me. Nothing. Xia Qing replied. Nothing? Yes. Xia Qing nodded, her beautiful eyes rippling. She looked back at Chu Hen and said, Can't I come looking for you for no reason? That's not it. I was just a little surprised, Chu Hen replied. You're not angry, right? What? I didn't tell you my real identity. No. Chu Hen shook his head and answered without hesitation. After all, her real identity was too shocking. Chu Hen could understand her actions at that time. I'm surprised that you were able to become the champion of the school martial arts competition, Xia Qing said. I was just lucky. No, I went to watch your competition. Not bad. You've improved a lot. Oh, Chu Hen was stunned. He lifted his eyelids and said, You went to watch my competition? Xia Qing nodded and confirmed. Otherwise, how would I know that you can use a saber? Use a saber? Chu Hen was stunned again. His heart suddenly lit up and he blurted out, You specially gave me the Skytop Demon Slash. Hee hee. It seems that not only has your cultivation base improved, your brain is also much smarter than before. What do you mean by that? Was I stupid before? What do you think? Have you ever seen anyone in this world who dares to provoke a beast king while only at the channel opening stage? A trace of a mischievous smile flashed across Xia Qing's eyes. Even now, she still remembered the first time the two of them met. At that time, Chu Hen, who was only at the 9th rank of the channel opening stage, had saved her from the Ice Moon demonic wolf. Although the two of them still fell into a dangerous situation, if Chu Hen hadn't fought for that brief period of precious time, Xia Qing would have most likely died. I'll feel bad if you don't insult me. Chu Hen rolled his eyes at him. Speaking of which, he was indeed extremely daring at that time. Fortunately, he managed to get through it without mishap. The more they chatted, the less Chu Hen cared about the other's identity as a member of the royal family. Oh, right, Xia Qing. How much do you know about the other 5 empires? Can you tell me? Chu Hen suddenly thought of this matter. There was still a month before the Heaven List tournament, but he still didn't know anything about the strength of the top teams of the 5 empires. Xia Qing pondered for a moment before opening her red lips and said, According to the information collected previously, the comprehensive strength of the Tianluo dynasty's team is the strongest and also the most threatening opponent of our Sacred Star Empire. The leader of the Tianluo dynasty's team is called Not Sly Knight. He is a very powerful top genius. Not Sly Knight? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. This name is really weird. Xia Qing smiled lightly. Not Sly Knight is a descendant of the Wind Ghost clan. This clan has a very shocking Wind Ghost mystic body bloodline boundary. In the Sacred Star Empire's team, I'm afraid only Huang Fuliang can go against him. Wind, ghost, mystic body. Wait, Chu Hen subconsciously blurted out. Huang Fu Liang's bloodline boundary is also at the mystic body level. That's right, dragon spirit mystic body. Hearing Xia Qing's words, Chu Hen couldn't help but squint his eyes. Needless to say, this Huang Fu Liang was really an amazing genius. In the Sacred Star Empire, there were only a few Wuxiao who had the mystic body bloodline boundary. Every genius who had the mystic body was surrounded by people, like the stars surrounding the moon. No wonder Huang Fuliang had such achievements at such a young age. The other party's condition was indeed monstrous. Of course, Chu Hen didn't have the slightest bit of envy in his heart. Others might not know, but only he knew that his bloodline boundary was enough to crush any genius in the Sacred Star Empire or even the entire 100-kingdom state. What Chu Hen needed to do was to increase his own cultivation as much as possible and let the demon eye sacred body complete its evolution. What about the other 4 empires? Chu Hen continued to ask. The leader of the Misty Wind Empire's team is called Lu Qi. He has the water spirit mystic body. The leader of the Giant Rock Empire's team is called Qi Ting. He has the golden sand mystic body. The leader of the Flame Shadow Empire's team is called Pang Ao. He has the demon fire mystic body. As for the one from the Sword Empire, he has the sky sword mystic body. His name is Qining Xiao. Xia Qing told him the general information of these people. After listening, Chu Hen couldn't help but sigh. These top geniuses all had the bloodline boundary of the mystic body. With so many top geniuses meeting together, one could only imagine how explosive the scene would be. Then, is our Sacred Star Empire the strongest in terms of overall combat power? Chu Hen asked. Not necessarily. Xia Qing shook her head and opened her red lips slightly. After all, the 6 empires are almost evenly matched. It's hard to say who will laugh in the end. But you don't seem to be worried at all. Xia Qing smiled. Her beautiful eyes were slightly complicated. Her voice faintly became melancholy. It's not that I'm not worried, but I don't care. Don't care? Yes. Xia Qing looked forward. The melancholy in her eyes could not help but increase. Chu Hen also couldn't understand what the other party meant by I don't care. The two of them were silent. The atmosphere seemed to have fallen into silence. Unknowingly, the sky had already turned completely dark. Just when Chu Hen wanted to say something, Xia Qing actually gently leaned her head on Chu Hen's shoulder. Xia, don't talk. Let me sleep for a while. The soft voice seemed to be filled with exhaustion and boredom. She was so tired that she only wanted to find a shoulder to lean on. Chapter 239. All was silent. Not a sound could be heard in the distance. The brilliant lights faintly shone through the branches of the maple tree. Chu Hen and Xia Qing sat on a sturdy tree branch. The latter leaned her head on Chu Hen's shoulder. Her breathing was even and steady. She had actually really fallen asleep. Chu Hen was a little speechless and also a little inexplicably nervous. He was very careful and didn't even dare to move recklessly. Chu Hen could clearly smell the fragrance of Xia Qing's hair and her fresh body fragrance. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. It was like a seed in his heart that broke free from the soil and gradually sprouted. Huang Fuqing, the royal sister of the emperor of the dynasty, was the only female regent in the history of the dynasty. She, who was usually aloof and dignified at this moment, actually gave Chu Hen a kind of soft feeling that made people feel a little sad. Perhaps the supreme status of the royal family wasn't as glorious as people thought. 2 hours passed. Chu Hen maintained the same posture and didn't move at all. Then, Xia Qing's long eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened. She stretched her arms back, and the clothes on her chest outlined a full and charming curve. It's so comfortable. I haven't slept so well in a long time. Xia Qing's beautiful eyes were filled with a satisfied smile. Are you for real? Chu Hen asked doubtfully. Don't tell me that there isn't even a decent bed in the princess' bedroom. Xia Qing shook her head, and a touch of melancholy appeared in her eyes. Ever since my father and mother passed away, the imperial palace has terrified me. Terrified? Chu Hen was even more confused about this word. He knew that the previous emperor of the Sacred Star dynasty was weak and sickly since childhood. He was so weak that he couldn't practice martial arts. Later, after he ascended the throne, he worked hard every night to manage the imperial court. In the end, his weak body collapsed and he died young. The previous emperor had 2 sons, Huangfu Qing and Huangfu Hao, after the death of the previous emperor. The young Huangfu Hao ascended the throne. Not long after, honored consortie, the mother of Huangfu Hao and Huangfu Qing, also passed away unexpectedly due to illness. After that, the divine empress supported the government and stabilized the situation of the royal family. Later on, although Huangfu Hao was the ruler of the country on the surface, in reality, the person with the highest authority in the imperial family was the divine empress. These things about the imperial family were all secret to the outside world. No one dared to spread it. Chu Hen had only learned a little bit of inside information from Zhou Lu and Li Huiyi. Yeah, fear. Xia Qing replied softly, looking a little lost. Chu Hen didn't know how to answer. He was afraid of accidentally touching the softest part of the other party's heart. Then Xia Qing said, "It's getting late. I should go." Chu Hen nodded. "You're not going to keep me?" "Huh. What a fool." Seeing Chu Hen's dumbfounded expression, Xia Qing smiled mischievously. "I'm joking with you. Do your best in the Heaven List tournament." Chu Hen nodded with a smile. "Okay, I will. Goodbye." Swoosh! Shortly after, Xia Qing's figure moved, turning into a streak of light that disappeared into the horizon. Looking at the figure of the other person disappearing into the night sky, Chu Hen let out a soft sigh of relief. He slightly calmed down the restless emotions in his heart, then left the maple forest. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The already turbulent imperial capital became even more turbulent and uneasy. There's only a dozen more days until the Heaven List tournament. I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? You can't watch? Who said you can't watch? The tournament will be held at the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom. Are you qualified to go? Let me tell you, the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom is only the preliminary stage. After the preliminary stage, there'll be a final battle. It's said that the final battle will be held in the imperial city. At that time, the rulers of the other 5 dynasties will arrive at the imperial city of the Sacred Star dynasty. F*CK for real? This news is too shocking. As time passed, the top genius teams of the other dynasties arrived at the imperial city of the Sacred Star dynasty, one after another. After all, to the geniuses of the other 5 dynasties, it was also their first time representing the royal families to participate in the tournament. Xiao Chen had come here more than 10 days in advance to experience the culture and customs of a foreign country. He wanted to relax and have fun. This would be beneficial for the upcoming Heaven List tournament. Phew! In the early morning, Chu Hen, who was sitting on the bed, opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. There was less than half a month left until the Heaven List Great Battle. In the past dozen or so days, Chu Hen had been making the best use of his time to cultivate. No matter if it was in terms of martial arts or spiritual energy, he had clearly improved. It's time to take the Earth Energy Condensation Pill. Chu Hen mumbled softly. However, before he consumed the Origin Gathering Pill, Chu Hen's mind had an even better idea. It was to carve the power of runes on the pill. As everyone knew, no matter what kind of pill it was impossible for the human body to absorb and refine it completely. The human body would need at least 3 to 5 days to absorb and refine a pill. During this period, a part of the pill's energy would evaporate while the rest would settle in the body. waiting for it to slowly integrate with the true origin. On the other hand, a high-level pill like the Earth Aura condensing pill would lose even more energy. Moreover, it would take longer for it to be completely refined and absorbed. At this time, the value of a rune caster could be seen. There was a type of rune arrangement that could maximize the activity of the pill. Drawing these runes on the elixir would allow the power contained in the elixir to be greatly absorbed by the human body, and there would basically be no phenomenon of the power settling in the body. To arrange these runes, one would need to be an intermediate rune caster. However, Chu Hen was only a first-grade intermediate rune caster, so he could not directly use Reiki energy to carve runes on the pill. He needed the help of a few external materials. However, these materials were not rare. In a prosperous place like the capital, they should be relatively easy to buy. Immediately, Chu Hen took out a brush and ink and made a list. His brush moved like a dragon without any pause. Chu Hen had the knowledge of rune casters passed down by St. Bell City's first clan leader, Lei Huan, in his mind. It could be said that not many people in the capital could compare to Chu Hen's knowledge of rune casters. Soon, there were more than a dozen required materials on the list. Then, Chu Hen opened the door with a list in his hand. "Hey, it's time to go out." As soon as the door opened, Mu Feng greeted him with a sneaky smile. "I ran into a ghost when I went out." Chu Hen jokingly scolded. "Lei Zhen, he's scolding you." Mu Feng said to Lei Zhen. "He should be scolding you." Lei Zhen replied unhappily. Right now, Lei Zhen and Mu Feng were like real brothers. However, from Chu Hen's point of view, this was not a good thing. The originally simple and unadorned Lei Zhen now had a little wretchedness in his smile. "I'm leaving." Chu Hen did not have time to talk nonsense with the two of them. "Hee, it's rare to see a cultivation maniac like you go out. I'll go take a look. I heard that the geniuses of the other 5 dynasties are almost here. There must be a lot of beauties. It's not bad to pick up a girl from the other dynasties. Lei Zhen, follow me." "Okay." However, when he saw the two of them following him, Chu Hen could not help but feel a headache. He would not be able to have peace later. The bustling streets were especially lively. No matter where he went, he could hear people talking about the heaven-list battle of the 6 nations. Obviously, the anticipation in everyone's hearts far exceeded that of the previous inter-school martial arts competition. About half an hour later, Chu Hen, Mu Feng, and Lei Zhen arrived in front of a magnificent building. The 3 words Qing Yun Pavilion above the door were very imposing and sharp. Qing Yun Pavilion was one of the largest chambers of commerce in the capital. Moreover, this was the headquarters of Qing Yun Pavilion. It was also the place with the most resources. "What are you doing here?" Mu Feng asked, puzzled. "Shopping." Chu Hen replied casually. Then he stepped into Qing Yun Pavilion. The spacious and bright hall gave off a luxurious feeling. It was resplendent and elegant. Many young men and women walked between the counters, choosing the items that caught their eye. "Hello, how may I be of service?" A sweet voice was heard. A beautiful young lady came forward to receive Chu Hen. Mu Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly went forward and asked, "Miss, what's your name? How old are you? Are you married?" The young lady could not help but be stunned. Chu Hen rolled his eyes at Mu Feng and shook his head helplessly. Then he said, "I want to buy a few sets of medicinal herbs. Please head to the 3rd floor," the lady said with a smile. "Thank you." Chu Hen nodded his head slightly and was about to head to the 3rd floor. "Lei Zhen." At that moment, a clear voice suddenly came into their ears. Following that, 2 or 3 young girls walked over. The one walking at the front was a beautiful girl with a petite figure who exuded a trace of wild beauty. Lei Zhen was pleasantly surprised. It was Lei, back in the Tianqi mountain ranges, St. Bell City tribe. She was the only genius girl in St. Bell City who had obtained the scorching fire sigil. However, Layli did not come to Tensei Prefecture. Instead, she chose Imperial Martial Academy. As they were all from St. Bell City, Leijin and Layli were overjoyed when they saw each other. The few girls beside Lily all stared at Chu Hen at the side. Each and every one of them had a look of excitement on their faces. Wow, it's Chu Hen. Ever since he became the champion of the Earth Board, Chu Hen's popularity in the imperial capital had been high. His admirers had increased by a lot. As for Mu Feng, he was directly ignored and stood on the spot unhappily. After a simple greeting, Chu Hen said, "You guys talk first. I'll be down in a while." "All right, senior brother Chu Hen." Subsequently, Chu Hen led the way to the third floor of Qin Yun Pavilion alone. At a glance, the third floor was the most spacious because there were fewer counters. Moreover, there were only 3 types of items traded here: elixirs, weapons, and martial techniques. Medicinal ingredients were classified as elixirs. Immediately, Chu Hen walked straight to a gorgeous counter. "Can you give me these items?" Chu Hen passed the list to a middle-aged man opposite the counter. The latter took it and glanced at it. "Other than the snowy firefly grass, you have everything else." "Oh." Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in surprise, "Isn't the snowy firefly grass a common medicinal ingredient? Why don't you have it here?" Chapter 240. Just now, all the snowy firefly grass has been bought by that customer. Chu Hen looked in the direction that the middle-aged man was pointing. It was a young man sitting by the window. From afar, the man had an elegant temperament and was dressed in a white brocade robe. He was quietly enjoying a pot of hot tea that had just been brewed. The third floor of Qingyun Pavilion was not only a trading area, but also a resting area. However, those who were able to come here to rest were either people of relatively high status or people of power and influence. "Then give me the other materials first," Chu Hen said. "All right, please wait a moment." The middle-aged man naturally knew who Chu Hen was. Ever since the installation-wide martial arts competition, Chu Hen's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Many people would treat him with respect when they saw him. Soon, the middle-aged man distributed the materials that Chu Hen needed and wrapped them up. A total of 20 upper-grade, primordial crystal stones. However, this shop is willing to give you a discount. You only need 15. Even though it was 15 upper-grade primordial crystal stones, it was not a cheap price. If you were to purchase it in the ordinary market, it would not cost more than 5 upper-grade primordial crystal stones. Now it was 3 times that. Of course, it would be a waste of time to search for materials one by one in the ordinary market. Fortunately, Chu Hen did not lack primordial crystal stones. Hence, he completed the transaction quickly. After putting the materials into the storage ring, Chu Hen walked towards the young man sitting by the window. "Can I sit here?" Chu Hen's tone was more polite. The young man did not even bat an eyelid. He continued to enjoy the fragrant tea as if there was no one else around. This was a silent arrogance. Chu Hen didn't ask any more questions. He minded his own business and sat down on the seat opposite him. Then, a pattern on the young man's chest caught Chu Hen's attention. It was a pattern of a black peony. It was enchanting, demonic, and gave off an inexplicable chill. This was the symbol of the Tianluo dynasty. In other words, the person in front of him came from the Tianluo dynasty. What surprised Chu Hen even more was that the person in front of him had a faint energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation did not originate from true inner force, but from Reiki energy. There was an 80 to 90% chance that the other party was a pattern master. He was one of the top geniuses of the Tianluo dynasty, and he was also a tattoo master. It was no wonder that the other party didn't even bother to look at Chu Hen. However, towards this person's disregard, Chu Hen was not angry. His tone was still easygoing. "Can you give me a snow firefly grass? I'll pay double for it." The man remained nonchalant, and there was no impatience on his face. It was as if Chu Hen did not exist. How about 3 times the price? Or 5 times? The other party still ignored him. Name your price, Chu Hen said. The effect of the snow firefly grass was very active. If Chu Hen wanted to better refine the energy of the Earth Star Border Soul Gathering Pill, the snow firefly grass was a must. Perhaps Chu Hen was getting impatient with his questions. The man slowly looked up at Chu Hen and said indifferently, "Please stay away from me. This is my request," he of course. "But before that, I hope you can give me a snow firefly grass." Chu Hen smiled. "I need it for myself. You bought all the snow firefly grass. I only want one." "No," the man replied coldly. Chu Hen spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and said with an indifferent smile, "All right, then I'll have to go elsewhere. There's nothing I can do if the other party doesn't want to sell." Chu Hen was not an unreasonable person. Since the other party refused to give in, he did not like to force his request. After all, the snow firefly grass was not rare. There was more than one person in the imperial city, and this was the only place that sold it. Where did Chu Hen go? Over there, over there. However, at this moment, Mu Feng, Lei Zhen, and Lei Li, who were waiting downstairs, did not see Chu Hen go down. Hence, they came up to look for him. F***CK. You're hiding here drinking tea. Mu Feng scolded as he walked over. Lei Zhen and Lei Li followed closely behind. But seeing that there was another person sitting in front of Chu Hen, the few of them curiously looked over. However, when Lei Li saw this person, her delicate body involuntarily trembled violently, and a deep sense of ecstasy surged onto her face. "Brother Lei Yuan, you're back? Brother Lei Yuan?" Chu Hen and Mu Feng were stunned. This person is from St. Bell City, especially Chu Hen. He could not help but narrow his eyes. No wonder there was a wave of Reiki energy coming from this person. All these years, there had been rumors of a rune artist from St. Bell City. Now it seemed that this man was the young genius rune artist from St. Bell City. "Brother Lei Yuan, it's really you." Lei Zhen was also excited. Together with Lei Li, they walked up to the man. However, the man's eyes flashed with a faint light. Then he replied calmly, "You've got the wrong person." "Got the wrong person?" Both of them were stunned. Lei Li said excitedly, "Impossible. I'm definitely not the wrong person. Brother Lei Yuan, I'm Lei Li. I used to follow you to the river to catch fish when we were young. Look at me. Sorry, I don't know any Lei Li, and I've never seen the two of you." The man then looked at Chu Hen with an indifferent gaze and said, "Please take your people and leave." The man's cold attitude confused Lei Zhen and Lei Li. Before Chu Hen could speak, Lei Zhen said in a deep voice, "Lei Yuan, stop pretending. Even if you turn into ashes, I won't forget your face. 5 years ago, when you left St. Bell City, you swore that you would return. Now, you're pretending that you don't know us. What do you mean? I don't want to repeat unnecessary nonsense. Please leave." The young man was getting impatient. Just as Chu Hen was wondering if he had got the wrong person, Lei Li suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the young man's right arm. Then she pulled his sleeve. The next moment, a scar on the young man's arm appeared in front of everyone. "Lei Yuan, what else do you have to say?" Lei Li shouted. The young man's expression changed. He quickly withdrew his arm and got up to leave. Naturally, Lei Li stopped him from leaving. "You got that scar 6 years ago when you went hunting in the mountains. I was the one who bandaged it for you. Are you trying to deny it? You're Lei Yuan. Get out of my way." The young man's expression darkened. "No." Lei Li shook her head vigorously. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother Lei Yuan, why? Why won't you recognize us? Where have you been all these years?" The young man's eyes turned cold. He ignored her and walked away. Lei Li did not give up. She grabbed his arm and wanted to ask for clarification. However, the young man swung his arm and threw Lei Li to the ground. "Lei Li!" Lei Zhen was furious. He reached out his hands to grab the young man. You bastard! If you don't explain yourself today, don't even think about leaving. However, at that moment, a huge wave of Reiki energy was released from the young man's body. The surging golden Reiki energy whistled like a tidal wave. Lei Zhen, who was caught off guard, was sent flying. F***CK. How dare you hit my brother? Have you eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Mu Feng's temper flared up when he saw this. Without another word, he charged at the young man with a shocking aura. Humph, you're courting death. The young man sneered disdainfully. He raised his right hand, and a dozen dazzling runes suddenly appeared between his fingers. Then he flicked his fingertips, and the gorgeous runes immediately scattered in a small area in front of him. Mu Feng, don't go there, Lei Zhen shouted. However, his warning was too late. When Mu Feng stepped into the area, a wave of energy surged in the air. The ground under Mu Feng's feet suddenly blossomed with dazzling silver patterns. Swoosh! With Mu Feng as the center, the area where the runes were distributed directly formed a cage. Mu Feng hit a layer of light curtain and was bounced back. Then the air inside the glyph array was sucked clean in an instant. An extremely suffocating feeling immediately enveloped Mu Feng, who was inside the runes. F***CK. Mu Feng turned pale with fright. He felt as if an invisible hand was strangling his throat. His face turned red. Mu Feng! Lei Zhen was furious. Lei Yuan, let him go! Humph! The young man sneered disdainfully. His eyes were full of mockery. You dare to learn from others when you only have this little ability? As soon as he finished speaking, a few golden runes flew from behind Mu Feng and scattered around him. Along with a wave of cold air, the silver runes under Mu Feng's feet immediately dimmed. Mu Feng's body relaxed, and he sat on the ground, panting heavily. What happened? Everyone was shocked. The young man's gaze once again turned to Chu Hen, who was still sitting in the same place. Chapter 241. So there's another rune artist hidden here. The young man's gaze turned towards Chu Hen, who was still sitting in his original position. On the other hand, Lei Zhen, Lei Li, Mu Feng, and the others were all stunned, their faces filled with astonishment. Chu Hen was a rune artist? When did this happen? Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows rose slightly. Shortly after, he stood up and said, I don't have the heart to care about your St. Bell City's family matters. However, these two are my senior and junior brothers, so please show some mercy. The young man sneered, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. I've already said it. Since you're not capable, don't try to stand out. From the strength of the Reiki energy emitted by Chu Hen, the young man could tell that Chu Hen was only a first-grade intermediate rune artist, while he himself was a fourth-grade advanced rune artist. The gap between the two was self-evident. However, Chu Hen's face did not show the slightest hint of fear. I agree with what you said. However, in my opinion, you're not strong enough to make me fearful. The mockery on the young man's face deepened, and he said in a mocking tone, Did you just say that you want the snowy firefly grass? That's right. Very well. As long as you can break my next rune array, I'll give you the snowy firefly grass. If you can't break it, don't blame me for your death. Since you're so interested, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Chu Hen agreed without hesitation. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful Reiki energy once again erupted from the young man's body. The space faintly trembled. In an instant, nearly 100 dazzling golden runes condensed and transformed from the young man's fingertips. The piercingly cold might made people feel fearful. Mu Feng and Lei Zhen, who were standing at the side, had solemn expressions on their faces. Of course, they were all aware of Chu Hen's strength, even though there was a huge gap between the two of them in terms of their attainments as a pattern artist. However, Chu Hen's cultivation base was at the third level of the core transformation stage. Moreover, his combat prowess surpassed the fourth level of the core transformation stage. He believed that even if he couldn't win against Lei Yuan, who was a fourth-grade advanced rune master, he would definitely be able to escape unscathed. However, Lei was the only one who looked worried. She knew that Lei Yuan was the strongest genius tattoo artist from St. Bell's City. He was also the only genius who obtained all the power from the Phantom Bell. That power included the power of the Six Seals and the vast knowledge of the talisman technique passed down by the Lei Huan clan leader. Humph, pretending to be calm. The young man sneered and waved his hand. Nearly 100 runes that lingered on his fingertips blossomed like fireworks and instantly scattered around Chu Hen's surroundings. Buzz, buzz! Along with a strange energy fluctuation, the space around Chu Hen instantly turned dark. The nearby tables, chairs, people, Mufeng, Lei Zhen, and the others disappeared without a trace. Only Lei Yuan could be seen in the dark space. So it's the void illusion killing formation, Chu Hen said faintly, but seeing that the other party knew the name of the formation in one go, Lei Yuan was clearly surprised. Humph, you really know a lot. It's a pity that you don't even have the right to raise your head in front of me with your intermediate rune master level. It's not like I have to use Reiki energy to fight you. Before he finished speaking, powerful true origin energy exploded out of Chu Hen's body like a mountain torrent. With a tsang, a sharp cold spear appeared in his hand. Humph! I was wondering why you dared to be so arrogant. So you're a wuxiao. To be honest, Lei Yuan did not think of this. After all, there were too few people in this world who practiced martial vein dual cultivation. Moreover, Chu Hen was so young. It was impossible for him to cultivate these two powers to a higher level. Lei Yuan had underestimated Chu Hen's ability. However, although he was surprised, Lei Yuan still did not have the intention to look at Chu Hen seriously. Now that the young man was in his formation, it would be easy for him to kill him. There was no pressure at all. I'm going to make my move. A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He moved and instantly appeared in front of the young man. The Demon Slayer spear was sent out. A strong spear ray wrapped around the body of the spear, like a black flame. The sharp aura was especially strong. Humph, you don't know your place. Lei Yuan sneered disdainfully. His right index finger moved slightly, and a bright silver light suddenly pierced through the air. It rapidly stabbed toward Chu Hen's throat from the left. From the corner of Chu Hen's eyes, he saw that the silver flowing light was actually a sharp and narrow sword shadow. It was as fast as a shooting star in the night sky. Chu Hen slightly dodged to the side. The silver light directly flew along the edge of his chin. The sharp sword edge caused a faint prickling pain on his skin. In the next instant, Chu Hen's long spear trembled, and a few spear sparks flew toward Lei Yuan. Child's play, Lei Yuan shouted softly. Together with a rapid circulation of Reiki energy, a layer of white, transparent light rose high and blocked in front of the young man. Bang, bang. The spear sparks hit the transparent light curtain, causing it to ripple like the surface of water. At your level, you can't even get close to me, let alone break my void illusion killing formation. Splash! Then, the sound of flowing water was heard. Circles of white ripples appeared under Chu Hen's feet. In the dark space, the white ripples were like bright halos that spread in all directions. In the next instant, Chu Hen felt as if he had fallen into a pool of water. Silver-white ghost hands reached out from the water and firmly grabbed onto Chu Hen's ankles, immobilizing him. What a mess! Lei Yuan had a playful smile on his face. Then, a silver spear suddenly appeared in his hand. The sharp spear tore through the air and stabbed toward Chu Hen's throat. How boring, it's over so quickly. You were like a mute before, but now you really have a lot of nonsense to say. Chu Hen sneered indifferently. Soon after, Chu Hen reached out with one hand. Wisps of true yuan quickly wrapped around his arm and covered his palm. He firmly grabbed the spear in his hand. Buzz! The space faintly trembled, and a red glass rune suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen. Then, along with an extremely restless wave of heat, a vigorous flame rose from Chu Hen's body. The ghost hands that were grabbing onto his ankles were immediately shaken off, and the raging flames rapidly extended along the spear toward Lei Yuan. Chapter 242. Motherf *Ker. Chu Hen is too honest this time. He shouldn't have given that guy the time to set up the talisman array. He should have just killed him first. On the third floor of the Qingyun Pavilion, Mu Feng was still angry as he cursed. Lei Zhen and Lei Li were frowning as well. They had a serious expression on their faces. At this moment, there were many people who had come to watch the show. In front of the crowd, there were 4 black light curtains that formed a distorted barrier. From the outside, the range of this talisman array was only 10 meters long and wide. However, in reality, the inside of the barrier was an illusory space. The area of the illusory space was extremely large. The 4 black, distorted light curtains blocked everyone's line of sight. No one could detect the situation inside. However, it was undeniable that once Wu Xiu fell into the talisman array of a talisman array, it would be a very troublesome matter. Blazing flame, curse imprint. Inside the void illusion killing array, Lei Yuan looked at the blazing flame power that erupted from Chu Hen in astonishment. What do you think? Chu Hen smiled indifferently. With a move of his palm, the surging flame followed the sharp spear and quickly extended toward his opponent. At the same time, the devil-punishing spear in Chu Hen's hand shot out without hesitation. Lei Yuan's expression changed slightly when he felt the piercingly cold killing intent coming from the devil-punishing spear. Although the young man in front of him was only at the 3rd stage of the core transformation stage, he was still able to sense the killing intent. Although the young man in front of him was only at the 3rd level of the core transformation stage, the intensity of the power released by his opponent's true origin energy was especially shocking. However, Lei Yuan was the strongest young genius talisman array master from St. Bell City. How could he be an ordinary person? Buzz, along with the slightly trembling space, a bone-chilling cold suddenly came pouring over. In a split second, a huge ice shield rose up and directly blocked in front of Lei Yuan. The surging flame attack and the sharp spear aura firmly bombarded the ice shield. The violent shock wave was unstoppable. With an incomparably heavy bang, the ice shield in front of the two was instantly shattered into pieces. Powerful waves of cold and hot air spread wantonly and spread out like ripples in the raging aftermath. Chu Hen and Lei Yuan quickly retreated. Not bad. Lei Yuan's eyes were filled with coldness. A hint of killing intent flashed between his brows. However, you're still too inexperienced to play with talismans in front of me. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force was released from Lei Yuan's body. Both of his hands opened up and a green talisman inscription and a blue talisman inscription appeared in his palms at the same time. The Gale talisman inscription and the Water talisman inscription. I don't think you've ever seen the might of the fusion of 2 curse powers. In the next moment, a small talisman array was formed again in front of Lei Yuan. Under Lei Yuan's control, the cyan light that represented the Gale sigil and the blue light that represented the Water sigil converged towards the small rune formation in the center like 2 dragons. The 2 different talisman inscriptions that were supposed to repel each other had strangely merged together. However, looking at the scene in front of him, there was not the slightest bit of panic on Chu Hen's face. The fusion of wind and water, pretending to be calm. Rumble. In the next second, a violent energy wave that was comparable to a mountain torrent suddenly surged out of Lei Yuan's body. The raging energy wave shook the entire illusory space. A strong wind blew, and a huge wave came. The huge water current swirled violently under the influence of the strong wind. In the blink of an eye, a whirlpool of water that was dozens of meters wide rushed toward Chu Hen with a terrifying force. The shocking energy wave was comparable to the galloping of thousands of horses or the attack of thousands of soldiers. Densely packed green wind blades were mixed within the water vortex. Such a powerful force was probably enough to shred a martial practitioner below the 4th level of the core transformation stage to pieces. Don't tell me you're the only one who knows how to fuse 2 talismans? An indifferent sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face. Buzz! Immediately, 2 different talisman inscriptions condensed outside Chu Hen's body. One of the talisman inscriptions was crystal clear blue. It was the water talisman inscription. The other one was the lightning talisman inscription that flickered with a bright silver light. When the 2 talisman inscriptions appeared, a small talisman array appeared in front of Chu Hen. This talisman array was almost exactly the same as the one Lei Yuan released. That is, Lei Yuan frowned. The surprise on his face became even more intense. Who was this Chu Hen? Why did he also know what he knew? Not waiting for Lei Yuan to recover from his shock, Chu Hen had already successfully fused the 2 different attributes of the curse power together. His technique was very skilled, and he was very familiar with the process. It was very easy for him to do so. Sizzle! In an instant, a silver-white beam of lightning directly burst out of Chu Hen's palm. The extremely powerful white beam of light not only possessed the fierce lethality of the power of lightning, but also the softness of the power of water. When the 2 were combined, the power of lightning was fully released without reservation. The bright, silver-white beam of light was like a meteor flying across the night sky, extremely destructive. Hiss! When the 2 powerful and terrifying forces intersected, the bright silver beam of light was like the light of a sword wielded by a god, penetrating the vast and mighty whirlpool of water. What? Lei Yuan's expression changed drastically. His heart was filled with deep astonishment. He immediately reacted. Chu Hen had concentrated the power of the lightning talisman inscription and the water talisman inscription into one point, forming a lightning blade. As for his own fusion of wind and water, the attack range was relatively large, and the power was relatively evenly distributed. This was why it was difficult to withstand the opponent's power. Boom! As soon as the green wind blade came into contact with the sharp silver beam of light, it was directly shattered. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen forcibly split the mighty whirlpool of water in the middle. Immediately after, the lightning blade continued to slash at Lei Yuan, who was in the rear area, with the momentum of splitting the wind and splitting the waves. Damn it! Lei Yuan cursed in a low voice. Then a majestic Reiki energy spread out from his Naiwan palace. More than a dozen dazzling runes instantly scattered around him. The obscure power fluctuations were like a dozen drops of rain falling into the water. Buzz! In the next second, a thick golden light shield suddenly blocked in front of Lei Yuan. Bang! The silver lightning beam of light flew down like an aurora and hit the light shield firmly. Along with the extremely heavy and violent explosion, the entire illusory space became unstable. On the light shield, crisscross cracks rapidly spread. Lei Yuan's expression changed again and again. However, before he could react, Chu Hen did not intend to give him a chance to stabilize his position. Swoosh! The incomparably sharp demon slayer spear bloomed with a dazzling sharpness. Lei Yuan's pupils shrank. Bang! An extremely violent explosion sounded, and the light shield directly collapsed into pieces. The 3-feet-long spear light followed the momentum. Like a storm, it swept up a horrifying destructive aura and struck Lei Yuan's body. Boom! A deafening explosion suddenly exploded on the 3rd floor of Qingyan Pavilion. Everyone on the entire floor felt their hearts tremble. Wild winds swept in all directions, and the powerful aftershocks spread out from the black, distorted illusory space. Mu Feng, Lei Zhen, Lei Li, and the others all had a change of expression, and their eyes were filled with seriousness. Bang! The violent explosion directly caused the surrounding onlookers to retreat, and the black, distorted light screen in front of everyone suddenly burst open. The scattered airwaves rose wantonly, and the two young figures behind the light screen reappeared in everyone's line of sight. Hua! Bursts of noise and agitation arose from the surrounding onlookers. Lei Li's eyes were wide open, and her little hand lightly covered her open mouth. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lei Yuan's figure was slightly disheveled, and his face was incomparably gloomy. On the other hand, Chu Hen was unscathed. The long spear in his hand that was wrapped in black light was pressed against Lei Yuan's throat. As long as he exerted a little strength in his arm, the sharp tip of the spear would pierce through his throat. Chu Hen won. Amazing. That person is from the Tianluo dynasty, right? Our Sacred Star dynasty's genius is still the best, haha. As expected of the champion of the Earth list. Chu Hen is too cool. The surrounding onlookers were extremely excited, and there were even many girls screaming. So, you are the champion of the Earth list, Chu Hen? Lei Yuan shouted in a deep voice. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows, and then slowly put the demon slayer spear behind his back. He then extended his left hand and said, "Thank you, senior brother Lei Yuan, for letting me win. Hand it over." Lei Yuan's face became increasingly gloomy, and his eyes were surging with endless anger. "I have underestimated you. Do you dare to take another array of mine?" From the very beginning, Lei Yuan had never placed Chu Hen in his heart. As a result, the void illusion killing array that he had set up was only a relatively ordinary high-level array. Now that he had lost face in front of so many people, Lei Yuan naturally wanted to get back at him. F*CK, don't you have any shame? Mu Feng directly scolded. You can fight if you want, but make it fair. Just do it. Don't wait for you to set up the array. That's right. Senior brother Chu Hen, ignore him. Wu Xiao and the pattern caster were proficient in different fields. The power of the array was extremely strong, but it required time to set it up. If it was a close fight and the pattern caster did not have enough time to set up the array, Wu Xiao could directly use his advantage in speed to kill him. Once Wu Xiao fell into the array that the pattern caster had set up beforehand, it would not bode well for him. Therefore, if Chu Hen waited for Lei Yuan to finish setting up the glyph array before making his move, it would clearly be unfair. Just like the previous time in the Sky Lake Mountain Range, the core teacher of the Imperial Martial Academy, Hong Lian, had set up the Wu Hen illusion killing array in advance and waited for Chu Hen and Shilan to fall into the ambush. This was also the judgment of the pattern caster. However, facing the crowd's indignation, Lei Yuan only stared coldly at Chu Hen. Chapter 243. Do you dare to accept my challenge again? Lei Yuan coldly stared at Chu Hen in front of him. His eyes were filled with a chilling intent. Chu Hen smiled and said, "Can you give me the wager first?" "Humph. As long as you can defeat me again, I'll give you as many snowy firefly grass as you want. In other words, if I don't agree, you're not going to give me the snowy firefly grass that I just won? You, Lei Yuan, give him the snowy firefly grass." At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. Everyone present couldn't help but be startled. When they heard this voice, they felt an indescribable chill suddenly crawl up their spines. The crowd quickly parted. Then 2 men and a woman slowly walked out from the back area. The person in the lead was tall and slender. His face was pale, and there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. The other man had an arrogant expression and a frivolous smile on his face. As for the woman, she was quite charming. Her long and narrow eyes were like a fox's, and she exuded a kind of charm that could steal one's soul. All 3 of them had a black peony pattern on their bodies. This also meant that they were the top geniuses from the Tian Luo dynasty. The man in the lead had a very strong aura. As soon as he appeared, everyone could feel an indescribable pressure. "Senior brother Yi," Lei Yuan said softly. The man raised his eyelids slightly and replied calmly, "I don't want others to say that the Tian Luo dynasty is not trustworthy. Since you've lost just now, tell me the wager first." "Yes, Senior brother Yi." Lei Yuan's face darkened slightly. Then he took out a snow-white plant and threw it to Chu Hen. "The snowy firefly grass is for you." Clack! Chu Hen stretched out his left hand and steadily caught the snowy firefly grass in his palm. "Thank you for your gift." At this moment, the charming young woman stared at the cold spear behind Chu Hen with interest. This is the demon spear, Fong Bufan's demon slayer spear." Everyone's gaze unconsciously swept towards the spear in Chu Hen's hand again. In particular, the pale-faced young man in the lead had a peculiar glint in his eyes. "I'm looking forward to meeting you in the Six Nations Heaven List Tournament." Chu Hen smiled faintly. "That would be my honor." "Your name is Chu Hen, right? Please remember my name. I'm Yi Wu Gui." With that, the man turned around and left. The other three, including Lei Yuan, did not say much and followed behind. As the foxy young woman turned around, she did not forget to glance at Chu Hen with a smile. "Lei Yuan!" Lily yelled. However, Lei Yuan didn't even look back. He disappeared around the corner of the building with the rest of them. "Hua! So he is Yi Wu Gui, the direct disciple of Ghost Spear Luo Han." Ghost Spear Luo Han is one of the three great spear kings in the 100 Nations continent, just like Demon Spear Fong Bufan. I've long heard that Ghost Spear King's disciple will also participate in the Heaven List tournament, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon. The surrounding crowd gave rise to noises of discussion, and every single one of their gazes towards Chu Hen had a subtle change. Demon Spear Fong Bufan had died a few years ago, but Chu Hen had inherited his legacy and made the soul-frightening Devil Slayer spear reappear in the Earth List tournament. In a sense, Chu Hen could be called the Demon Spear's successor. Yi Wu Gui was Ghost Spear's disciple, so there would most likely be a series of sparks when the two of them met. Yi Wu Gui! Yi Wu Gui! Chu Hen could not help but narrow his eyes. He had already found out from Xia Qing that the leader of the Tian Luo dynasty's team was a top genius who possessed the wind ghost profound body, Yi Wu Gui. These two people's names only differed by one word. It seemed that they were both geniuses from the Tian Luo dynasty's wind ghost clan. Although he had only had a brief encounter with Yi Wu Gui, Chu Hen could clearly sense a trace of danger from the other party's body. He was afraid that Yi Wu Gui's strength was definitely not inferior to giant elephant Lin Yuan, Bright Moon Su Rong, and the other top geniuses. Moreover, even the genius inscription master Lei Yuan, who left St. Bell City many years ago, had appeared. The Heaven List tournament of the Six Nations had really gathered countless monstrous geniuses. "Chu Hen, are you okay? Looking at you, you couldn't have been seduced by that woman, right?" Mu Feng came over and said. Chu Hen rolled his eyes at him. There were so many people just now, but this guy only remembered that foxy woman. "Can you stay away from me?" "Hee, stop pretending we're all men." I understand. Chu Hen shook his head and was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with him. He then looked at Lei Zhan, Lei Li, and the others. Both of them were extremely depressed, especially Lei Li, whose face was pale and her expression was abnormally blank. "Sigh, Sister Lei Li, don't be sad." Mu Feng ran over to comfort Lei Li. "The truth is right in front of us. That guy has forgotten his roots. Now that he's famous in the Tian Luo dynasty, why would he care about you guys?" Lei Li clenched her hands into fists, and her originally ugly face became even more blank. Chu Hen also sighed softly, looked at Lei Zhan and said, "You should accompany her more." Lei Zhan nodded. his eyes revealing some resentment. Immediately, the few of them left Qingyun Pavilion. Chu Hen and Mu Feng returned to Tensei Prefecture first, while Lei Zhen escorted Lei Li back to Imperial Martial Academy. With Lei Li's current state, Lei Zhen was afraid that she would take things too hard and cause problems. Tensei Prefecture. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Don't be so quiet. On the way back from Qingyun Pavilion, Mu Feng kept nagging, to the point that Chu Hen really had the urge to break his legs. Can you stop bothering me? The most handsome man in the world. Then tell me, when did you become a pattern artist? You sure hit it well, kid. I've been deceived by you all this time. If you have the time to care about this, why don't you work harder on your cultivation? Look at you, you're almost killed in one move today. I feel embarrassed for you. Chu Hen replied snappily. CK, that was because I was too careless. Moreover, even if you didn't make a move, I could have broken free myself. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Aren't you? CK, your cousin's biscuit. Mu Feng patted his chest and said confidently, I'm just keeping a low profile. I don't want to participate in the Six Nation tournament or the Heaven List tournament. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man, quietly enduring the handsomeness that my age shouldn't have. Do you understand? Do you understand? Bang! Once Chu Hen entered the room, he immediately closed the door. He suddenly felt that the world was much quieter. After a while, Chu Hen simply packed up and prepared the materials he had bought from the Rising Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Then he went to the secret cultivation room. Since the inter-school martial arts competition was over, many students in Tensei Prefecture were slacking on their cultivation. There was a row of empty secret rooms. Chu Hen randomly found an empty secret room and entered it. The dark secret room was exceptionally quiet, and the night-luminescent pearls embedded in the walls emitted a gentle glow. One could fully enjoy the peace and quiet here, and no one would disturb them. Then Chu Hen walked to the stone table in the middle of the secret room and placed the materials he was going to use on the table. Finally, Chu Hen took out an exquisite wooden brocade box. When the box was opened, a refreshing fragrance of elixirs wafted out. Chu Hen felt refreshed, and his eyes and ears were clear. There was an elixir slightly smaller than a longan in the brocade box. The elixir was round and had a light purple color. If one took a closer look, one could see wisps of spirit qi lingering around the elixir, and an obscure energy wave was constantly released from the elixir. This Earth Star Qi condensing elixir is indeed a high-quality elixir that has a price but no supply. Chu Hen sighed to himself. What he needed to do next was to draw runes on the elixir to increase the Earth Star Qi condensing elixir's activity, so that he could absorb the energy in the elixir more perfectly. In fact, some alchemy rune masters would add runes to the elixir when they were refining it. However, the cost of doing so would be relatively high, and it would take up a lot of time. The alchemy rune master's stamina and Reiki energy would also be greatly depleted. And the Earth Star Qi condensing elixir in front of Chu Hen did not have any runes to increase its activity. I'll have to rely on myself now. Chu Hen's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was the first time he had completed such a huge project. Whether he could succeed or not was still unknown. Immediately, Chu Hen calmed all the uneasiness in his heart and released Reiki energy from his Naiwan palace. On the table, a stalk of silver coin grass floated in the air. Then, Chu Hen condensed a few runes with Reiki energy. The runes dispersed and merged into the air. Then, a scorching flame rose in front of Chu Hen. Carefully, Chu Hen threw the stalk of silver coin grass into the flame. Before Chu Hen could extract any useful energy from the stalk of silver coin grass, the stalk of silver coin grass was burned into a pile of ashes. It can't be. Chu Hen was immediately dumbfounded. This blow came too suddenly. Chu Hen clenched his teeth, but was not careless. Once again, he threw another white elm leaf into the flames to refine, but the result was still the same. In just a blink of an eye, the elm leaf also turned into a pile of ashes. I don't believe this. Chapter 244. In the quiet secret room, the scorching flames caused Chu Hen's face to shine with a golden and dazzling color. At this moment, the ground was already scattered with black ashes, and the air was filled with a pungent, burnt smell. Looking at the few remaining materials on the table, Chu Hen helplessly shook his head and sighed. He didn't expect that just extracting the pure spiritual energy from the herbs would be so difficult. At this moment, Chu Hen really admired the engraving masters in the field of alchemy. I can only squander the remaining materials once more. If I waste them again, I'll have to buy them outside. Chu Hen muttered to himself. Chu Hen let out a long sigh, trying his best to calm down. Then, with a thought, the Reiki energy was released from his Naiwan palace. Buzz! The flame suspended in midair once again rose vigorously, and then a bunch of silver money grass was thrown into the flame under the Reiki energy. Chu Hen was extremely cautious in controlling the size of the flame, and soon the silver money grass withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time that the silver money grass withered, Chu Hen hurriedly used the Reiki energy to extract the weak energy contained in the material. Every nerve in Chu Hen's body was stretched taut, and his heart was in his throat. Even his forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The silver money grass slowly melted in the Reiki energy and turned into a faint green liquid. Success! Chu Hen's eyes lit up. After failing so many times, he finally succeeded once. Then Chu Hen suppressed the restlessness in his heart and struck while the iron was hot, throwing another elm lotus leaf into the flame. Under the burning of the flame, the elm lotus leaf quickly withered and melted. Chu Hen was not in a hurry and carefully controlled the Reiki energy to extract the purest energy. When the elm lotus leaf completely melted, a few drops of light green liquid appeared in the Reiki energy. After winning 2 cities in a row, Chu Hen was extremely excited and his confidence soared. Next, he methodically tossed the materials on the table into the flames for calcining and roasting. Since Chu Hen wasn't refining pills, he was only extracting the essence of these materials. This was a simple step, so he didn't need tools like a pill furnace. As time passed, the dozens of materials all turned into liquids of different colors. When the last snowy firefly grass's energy was extracted, Chu Hen dispersed the flames. Then he used the Reiki energy to fuse the dozen different liquids together. Buzz! The moment the pure spirit liquid extracted from more than a dozen different materials blended with each other, a violent energy fluctuation was immediately released. What appeared before him was a drop of golden liquid that was about the width of a fingernail. Chu Hen could clearly feel the restlessness and uneasiness after the fusion of these energies. Then, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. With a thought, the Earth Star border condensing pill on the table directly bounced up from the brocade box and floated below the golden liquid. Buzz! Immediately, Chu Hen began the most important and difficult step. That was to inscribe the spirit liquid formed from the dozens of materials on the Earth Star border condensing pill in the form of a rune. The inscribe here was not the usual description of carving or carving. It was completely different. Endless Reiki energy was released from Chu Hen's Naiwan palace and wrapped the golden spirit liquid around the Earth Star border condensing pill. The golden spirit liquid that contained extremely pure energy merged into the condensing pill at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under Chu Hen's careful control, the golden spirit liquid slowly flowed and extended on the surface of the condensing pill, forming strange runes. The scene before him was the power of inscribing runes on the condensing pill. Chu Hen was so focused that he did not even dare to blink. This was the most difficult step, and there was no room for error. If he made a mistake during the process of inscribing the runes, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, even the Earth Star border condensing pill would be destroyed. The facts proved that Chu Hen's guts were indeed big enough. If it were any other ordinary person, they would not have dared to do this. These runes were not something that a person of Chu Hen's level could produce. That was why he used materials like the snow, firefly grass, and the silver coin grass to assist him. Time ticked by. The entire secret chamber fell into an incomparably silence. Chu Hen's forehead was covered in sweat. At this moment, he felt that the Reiki energy in his Niwen palace was about to run out. He could not hold on any longer. However, there was only one stroke left on the runes that needed to be inscribed. On the light purple earth star border condensing pill, the strange runes formed by the golden spirit liquid shone faintly. However, the energy of the golden spirit liquid could not enter the condensing pill for a long time. The energy contained in the soul-gathering pill was repelling and resisting this foreign energy. It was obvious that Chu Hen could not control the situation anymore. One last step. Chu Hen clenched his teeth and tried his best to extract the last bit of Reiki energy from the street tree in his Niwen palace. Buzz! A slight buzz could be heard in the air. In the next moment, a long and narrow hook-shaped rune appeared on the surface of the light purple pill. The last rune was completed. In an instant, Chu Hen felt that the last bit of energy in his body had been used up. He staggered and held onto the stone table in front of him, almost falling to the ground. Buzz! At the same time, a bright light shone from the Earth Star border condensing pill. Bright golden runes covered the surface of the pill, like the ancient and mysterious talisman. Ta! Chu Hen reached out his right hand, and the round pill landed firmly in his palm. An extremely agitated energy wave was transmitted from it. He could clearly feel that the energy contained in the pill was more active than before. This also meant that Chu Hen could absorb and refine the energy of the Earth Star border condensing pill more thoroughly than others. Phew! Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. I'm exhausted. It seems that I have some talent in the field of alchemy. If other alchemy rune masters heard Chu Hen boasting like this, they would definitely roll their eyes. After wasting so many precious materials, Lin Fan could barely finish drawing the runes. Anyone with a bit of talent would probably be able to do it. Of course, Chu Hen did it on his own, based on the knowledge in his mind. There was no professional tutor beside him to teach him. All in all, Chu Hen was a rare talent. Then, Chu Hen sat cross-legged on the ground to recover the energy he had just consumed. About an hour later, Chu Hen was back to his peak condition. Now it's time to take this Earth Star border condensing pill. Looking at the light purple pill in his hand, Chu Hen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Under normal circumstances, this pill could help him break through to the 4th stage of the core transformation realm without a problem. Now that he had carved an active rune on it, he wondered if it would bring him an unexpected surprise. Immediately, Chu Hen took the Earth Star border condensing pill. Chapter 245. As the Six Nations Heaven List tournament approached, the entire capital city was shrouded in an unprecedented hubbub. The top young geniuses of the 5 dynasties gathered in the capital city of the Sacred Star dynasty, one after another. Walking on the bustling streets, one could see Wu Feng, Zhu Yan, Yan Ying, Tian Luo, and the young geniuses of the Sword dynasty from time to time. Whenever the young geniuses of different dynasties met by chance, there would always be a series of invisible collisions. Geniuses were often like this. Even if they just brushed past each other, the sharpness of their bodies would involuntarily clash with each other. The Six Nations Heaven List tournament had yet to begin, but the top geniuses of the various countries that gathered in the capital city seemed to have already begun to compete in private. However, a short period of less than half a month passed by in a flash. The highly anticipated Six Nations Heaven List tournament had arrived as scheduled. Tensei Prefecture. Tomorrow is the date of the Six Nations Heaven List tournament. Senior brother Chu Hen is missing again. Who said he's missing? I heard that he was seen in the secret cultivation room. All right. I'm really envious of those who can participate in the Heaven List tournament. I, Li Hui, swear that there will be a place for me in the next Heaven List tournament. Are you stupid? The next Heaven List tournament is in 50 years. You can let your grandson participate. Zhou Lu, will you die if you don't discourage me? Li Hui, Zhou Lu, Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the rest of the students from Shilan's class who had just finished their cultivation class for the day did not disperse as usual. Instead, they gathered together to chat about the Six Nations Heaven List tournament that would begin tomorrow. As the tournament approached, the top geniuses of the academy, Chu Hen, Ji Xian, Xiao Yan, and Bai Yue had all been immersed in intense cultivation for the past month. Hey, senior brother Qingyuan, what's wrong with mentor Shilan recently? She seems to have something on her mind. Li Hui stretched his head and asked curiously, What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Lu replied snappily, Don't tell me that you haven't noticed. Don't you think that mentor Shilan has been absent-minded lately? I think so too, Qingyuan agreed. But I don't know what's bothering mentor Shilan. If senior brother Chu Hen were here, he would definitely know. Mentor Shilan favors him too much. That's right. The others also nodded with an envious smile, but they had to admit that Chu Hen was indeed favored by Shilan. Geniuses who could grow to such a level in just a year were few and far between, even in the vast imperial city. Everyone could not help but look forward to how Chu Hen would perform in the Heaven List tournament of the Six Nations. Would it be as surprising as during the Academy martial arts competition? Maple Forest. Fallen leaves fluttered in the air like butterflies in the wind. A young lady with long purple hair sat quietly under a maple tree. Her beautiful figure blended in with the surrounding environment, like a person in a painting, beautiful and quiet. Mentor! Suddenly a gentle voice was heard. Shilan's delicate and beautiful eyes rippled. She raised her head and saw a young, slender, and handsome figure. Chu Hen stood more than 10 meters away. His face was firm as if carved with a knife, but his eyes were as bright as stars. Feeling Chu Hen's aura that was completely different from half a month ago, Shilan's beautiful eyes rippled, and she smiled faintly. Congratulations on coming out of seclusion. It's not really seclusion. I just refined the earth energy condensing pill. Chu Hen replied as he walked forward. Chu Hen's footsteps were steady and powerful. Every step he took left a shallow footprint on the soft ground. Is he at the peak of the 4th stage of the core transformation realm? Shilan was slightly astonished when she sensed the aura within Chu Hen's body that was close to the 5th level of the core transformation realm. Logically speaking, an earth aura condensing pill shouldn't be able to increase one's strength to such a degree in a short period of half a month, especially for Chu Hen, who had just broken through to the 3rd stage of the core transformation realm. However, Chu Hen's current state was obviously close to the 5th stage. The degree of the aura was so powerful that it was like Wu Xiao, who had been in the 4th stage of the core transformation realm for a long time. Of course, Shilan also knew that Chu Hen could not be judged by the standards of an ordinary person. Chu Hen walked to Shilan's side. Mentor, what are you doing here alone? Shilan shook her head slightly. She hesitated for a moment and said, Nothing. I'm just bored, so I came here to sit. Then I'm not disturbing you, am I? No. That's good. Chu Hen casually found a place to sit opposite Shilan. Both of them faced each other with a distance of about half a meter between them. Why are you here again? Shilan's red lips parted slightly as she asked gently. I don't know. Chu Hen lightly stretched his waist, shook his head, and said, I just came out from the secret cultivation room. Originally, I wanted to go back to my place of residence. In the end, after walking for a while, I ended up here. I didn't expect to see you here, mentor. He walked here unintentionally. Shilan smiled faintly. The other party, was probably used to this path. "All right, Mentor, I have a question for you." "What is it?" "The high-ranked rune master who ambushed us at the Heaven Lake mountain range was Hong Lian from the Imperial Martial Academy, right?" "Yes." Shilan nodded. "That's her. Why? Is there a grudge between you and her?" Shilan fell silent. Her eyes were filled with melancholy and complicated emotions. Chu Hen waved his hand. "Mentor, it's fine if you don't want to answer. Just pretend I didn't ask." Shilan looked back at Chu Hen and said, "I'll tell you after you return from the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom's heaven-ranking battle." "All right," Chu Hen agreed. There should be many legacies left behind in the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom. It might be an opportunity for you to grow stronger. Mentor, are you familiar with the history of the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom? "I know a thing or two," Shilan replied softly. She continued, "The Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom has an extremely glorious history. They once ruled the 100 Kingdoms continent for thousands of years. If it wasn't for that incident, the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom would have become a colossus by now." Chu Hen's eyelids twitched as a look of confusion appeared on his face. That incident. Seeing the curious look on Chu Hen's face, Shilan smiled and shook her head. "Do you know why the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom has existed for thousands of years?" Chu Hen shook his head with all his might. Shilan's red lips parted slightly as she spat out 3 words. "Seven-star souls." "Seven-star souls?" Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously lowered his head to look at his left palm. On his palm there were 7 tiny dots arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. These 7 dots were the same dots that had appeared on his palm when he was opening the Sacred Star, heavenly book of the royal family, in the cave after thief Rat God had kidnapped him in the Heaven Lake Mountains. These 7 dots contained an extremely shocking amount of power. Because Chu Hen was unable to control the power of these 7 stars, he had been delayed until now and did not conduct any research on them. Furthermore, he had participated in the all-school martial competition, participated in the Earth List tournament, and was now preparing for the Heaven List tournament. As a result, Chu Hen had no time to pay attention to this matter. Chapter 246. What's wrong? Shilan could not help but ask softly when she saw Chu Hen staring at her palm. Chu Hen quickly withdrew his thoughts and shook his head. He smiled and said, "It's nothing." "Instructor, please continue. What are the 7-star souls?" "The 7-star souls are the treasures of the Seven Souls Ancient Kingdom. The reason why the kingdom was able to survive for thousands of years is because of the 7-star souls." Shilan paused for a moment before she continued. "The 7-star souls are 7 star pearls, also known as star soul pearls. Every star soul pearl was a top-grade saint artifact. Each star soul pearl can communicate with the corresponding star energy. Once all 7 star soul pearls are gathered, their power is comparable to a sacred weapon. By communicating with the 7 star souls and borrowing the power of heaven and earth, they can overturn mountains and fill oceans and sweep through the world. The 7-star souls are 7 sacred weapons. When all 7-star souls are gathered, they are comparable to sacred weapons." Gasp. After listening to Shilan's explanation, Chu Hen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He could not help but narrow his eyes. By communicating with the 7-star souls and borrowing the power of heaven and earth, they can overturn mountains and fill oceans and sweep through the world. What kind of terrifying power is this? What happened next? Chu Hen became even more interested as he stared curiously at Shilan's beautiful face. Shilan shook her head and said with a sigh, "Previously, the fact that the 7 Souls Ancient Kingdom possesses the 7-star souls has always been a top secret. However, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. This shocking secret was eventually leaked out. After that, various forces that had designs on the 7 soul pearls came to the 7 Souls Ancient Kingdom after hearing the news. Any sacred weapon could cause tens of thousands of people to fight for it, causing blood to flow everywhere. Not to mention a high-grade treasure like the 7-star souls. The 7-star souls were able to keep the 7 souls' ancient kingdom going for thousands of years. One could imagine how attractive it was. The news of the 7-star souls caused a stir in the eastern region. Many forces inside and outside of the 100 Kingdoms province swarmed over, and the 7 souls' ancient kingdom instantly became the target of public criticism. Among the many forces that came to fight, there were many powerful sects and clans. The 7 souls' ancient kingdom was soon besieged from all sides. Of the 7-star soul pearls, some were taken away and some were lost. Having lost the 7-star soul pearls, the 7 souls' ancient kingdom suffered a heavy blow. Thereafter, the various empires of the 100 Nations Prefecture took advantage of the 7 spirits' ancient kingdom's weakness to launch a large-scale attack, splitting the former Overlord Empire among themselves. A dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years could not escape the fate of collapse. With the resources they had plundered from the 7 souls' ancient kingdom, the Sacred Star Dynasty, Heaven Net Dynasty, Misty Wind Dynasty, Flame Shadow Dynasty, Boulder Dynasty, and the Sword Dynasty rapidly rose to power. In just a short period of over 200 years, it had grown from a mid-tier empire to an overlord. Now that 200 years had passed, the 7 souls' ancient kingdom had become history. The 6 dynasties were still fighting for the right to manage the resources of the ruins that they had yet to fully obtain. This could be considered as a great sorrow. After listening to Shi Lan's story, Chu Hen's heart could not calm down for a long time. This was the first time he had such a detailed understanding of the history of the 7 souls' ancient kingdom. Once again, the truth proved that the greed of the human heart was terrifying. At the same time, it also showed that no matter how good a treasure was, it still required sufficient strength to protect it. Otherwise, it would only bring about a disaster. So, who has the 7-star soul pearls now? Chu Hen casually asked. The whereabouts of the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl and the Merak Star Soul Pearl are unknown. It's said that they've already drifted to the central region. There are many different opinions about the truth. As for the other 5 Star Soul Pearls, they're all in the possession of some colossus and extraordinary powers. Shi Lan did not intend to explain the matter to Chu Hen in detail. In her opinion, the current Chu Hen was not qualified to come into contact with such things. Chu Hen exclaimed and shook his head. At the same time, he was very surprised that teacher Shi Lan knew so much. In the vast capital city, not many people would know as much as Shi Lan. This made Chu Hen curious about Shi Lan's true identity. Teacher, you're not from the Sacred Star Empire, are you? Chu Hen asked tentatively. Shi Lan shook her head gently, but did not offer any further explanation. It's getting late. Go back and get ready. The Heaven List competition of the 6 nations will definitely be an extremely dangerous battle. Yes. Chu Hen nodded his head, and a bit of seriousness emerged between his brows. Also, Shi Lan looked at Chu Hen attentively and said softly, Promise me that you will come back safely. Chu Hen's heart warmed when he saw the sincere concern in Shi Lan's eyes. He then promised seriously, Yes, I promise I won't let you down. After leaving the maple forest with Shi Lan, the 2 of them went their separate ways. Chu Hen returned to his residence and simply said goodbye to Mu Feng and Lei Zhen before closing the door. Tomorrow was the day of the Heaven List competition. Chu Hen was very clear that in comparison, the previous All-Academy Martial Competition's Earth ranking battle could be said to be a small fight in front of the 6-nation struggle. What kind of competition would the top geniuses of the 6 great empires perform? What's the biggest secret of the Sacred Star Empire? Chu Hen murmured softly as he stared at the 7 obscure stars in the palm of his left hand. Then, with a thought, a ball of extremely restless energy was released from the palm of his left hand. Buzz, buzz, The 7 stars emitted a bright luster as a shocking and powerful energy gathered in Chu Hen's hand. It felt like a volcano that had been brewing for a long time was about to erupt. He remembered that when he was in St. Bell City, Chu Hen almost destroyed his house because he couldn't control this strange power. The houses here were far from being as sturdy as St. Bell City, so Chu Hen didn't dare to try it here. Forget it. Let's prepare for the Heaven List competition tomorrow. Immediately, Chu Hen dispersed the power in his palm. Then he sat upright on the bed and entered a meditative state to adjust his cultivation. The sun and the moon rotated. In the blink of an eye, a night flew by. When the gorgeous morning glow penetrated the thick clouds and shone on the ground, the entire imperial city was shrouded in a dense mist. Imperial Martial Academy. On one of the cultivation platforms, Huang Fuliang, who was sitting on the highest platform, opened his eyes. 2 sharp, sword-like rays of light shot out. Then, Huang Fuliang stood up and waved his sleeves. A piercingly cold aura swept out from his body. Crack! Fine cracks spread out from under Huang Fuliang's feet like a spider web. The corner of his mouth curled up into a confident smile. Heaven List competition. I, Huang Fuliang, am coming. Giant elephant martial house. Swoosh! Along with a few fluttering leaves, a young man flashed down from a large tree. He stretched his body, and a lazy smile hung on his handsome face. Is this day finally coming? Hee, I, Lin Yuan, am coming. At the same time, Bright Moon Academy's Su Rong, Tifeng Province's Situ Feng, Lingxi martial houses Winya, and other top geniuses from various martial houses. All of them were ready to go. Luo Mengchang, Long Xuanshuang, Long Qingyang, Wei Qingfan, Yao Zhan, Xin Yunqi, and the other geniuses had also adjusted themselves to their best state. The 6 Nations battle, the Heaven List competition. This was a battle that only happened once every 50 years. The ruins of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom had once again stirred up a storm. Woo! A melodious morning call echoed from the highest city wall of the imperial city, Tensei Prefecture. Creak! The door that had been tightly shut for a day opened, and a high-spirited, handsome young man stepped out of the room. Chu Hen raised his head and looked at the sky of the 9 heavens that was filled with the morning glow. A pair of star-like eyes flickered with a resplendent luster. Heaven List competition. I, Chu Hen, am coming. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish my brothers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a family reunion. Eat more mooncakes and everything will be perfect. I have to go back to my hometown to reunite with my family on the Mid-Autumn Festival. I've been away for a year and I'm a little homesick. I'll have to take the train for more than 20 hours, so tomorrow's update will be late. I hope my brothers can forgive me. Today's 3 chapters were written overnight by me, and I've put them in the storage box. After all, I don't dare to write carelessly at a critical moment. Every plot needs to be analyzed, so it's hard to speed up. I'm already on the train, and I'll start writing when I get home tomorrow. Chapter 247. The Imperial City. The square in front of the Golden Imperial Palace was bustling with noise. Many of the students and instructors of the 31 high-ranked martial houses had gathered here to cheer and encourage the heaven-ranking disciples of their respective martial houses. Warriors wearing majestic battle armor and holding sharp spears stood around the square. This kind of solemn aura caused everyone to not dare to be too rash and make too much noise while interacting with each other. Emperor Huangfu Hao, Regent Huangfu Qing, and all the civil and military officials of the imperial court were gathered on the highest platform of the Golden Imperial Codex's entrance. The supreme dignity of an empire was displayed here. Under the tall and wide platform, 100 top geniuses from the 31 academies stood in an orderly manner at the center of the square. The 5 people standing at the front were Huang Fuliang, Lin Yuan, Su Rong, Sidu Feng, Winya, Chu Hen, Luo Mingshang, Long Xuanshuang, Long Qingyang, Wei Zhong, and the other geniuses all had extraordinary auras. Standing in front of everyone, They were like dazzling stars that attracted people's attention. At this moment, every heaven-ranking disciple was holding a light purple jade pendant in their hands. The jade pendant was threaded with golden tassels and was warm to the touch. The jade body was carved with exquisite patterns. In the middle of the patterns there were 2 clear words, Sacred Star. What you are holding in your hands is a token that represents the Sacred Star team. Huang Fuqing took a few steps forward. Her cold voice was filled with the royal aura that made people palpitate. She glanced at the 100 top geniuses in front of her and continued. In the hands of the heaven-ranking members of the other 5 empires, they are also holding tokens that represent their empires. Boom! As soon as Huang Fuqing finished speaking, the deafening sound of cannons exploded in the sky above the imperial city. In the direction of the city gate, fireworks filled the sky. The colorful rain of flowers was like a rainbow sprinkling down from the sky. A wide red carpet extended from the gate of the imperial city to the center of the square. Then the loud voice of the imperial city's guard sounded. The Misty Wind Empire's heaven-ranking team has arrived. Along with the loud and clear voice, a team of 100 geniuses passed through the grand and tall city gate and walked on the red carpet towards the plaza. The appearance of the Windy Mist Empire immediately attracted everyone's attention. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in blue. She looked abnormally weak, and her watery eyes gave off a delicate and pitiful feeling. But in reality, that was not the case. This woman was called Lu Qi, and she was the number 1 person in the Misty Dynasty's group that possessed the water soul, profound body. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and said with an interested smile, "She really looks delicate and cute. Even I can't help but want to protect her." Hee hee. Beside him, Su Rong smiled indifferently, a cold glint flashing across her beautiful eyes. "If you really think that way, I can guarantee that you won't even have time to cry when the time comes. The scary thing about this woman is that she has an innocent face." Lin Yuan smiled and didn't comment on this. After all, everyone had long heard of Lu Qi's terrifying abilities. Among the younger generation of the Misty Wind Dynasty, almost everyone was fearful and in awe of Lu Qi. When the Windy Mist Empire's team walked over, the sound of cannon salutes shook heaven and earth again. Along with the fireworks that filled the sky, teams with extraordinary auras appeared in front of everyone in an orderly manner. The Boulder Dynasty's heaven-ranking team has arrived. The Flame Shadow Dynasty's heaven-ranking team has arrived. The Sword Dynasty's heaven-ranking team has arrived. The 3 consecutive introductions that were as loud as thunder caused everyone gathered in the Imperial City's plaza to have an expectant and solemn expression on their faces. In particular, they were even more curious about the core members of the teams led by the various dynasties. The leader of the Boulder Dynasty's team, Qi Teng, had the appearance of a burly man who was almost 2 meters tall. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square mouth, and a straight nose. His entire body was filled with explosive muscles. Qi Teng, who possessed the golden sand profound body, was an extremely powerful figure in both offense and defense. Compared to Lu Qi, who had an innocent face, Qi Teng was a super difficult opponent to deal with. The leader of the Flame Shadow Dynasty's team, Peng Ao, had a head of fiery red short hair. Just like his name, he revealed an undisguised arrogance between his eyebrows. The limit of his bloodline was the demonic fire body. As for the leader of the Sword Dynasty's team, his name was Qi Ningxiao. He was a monster who possessed the limit of the heavenly sword body. In terms of arrogance, Qi Ningxiao was not inferior to Peng Ao. Although his name had the word Xiao in it, everyone knew that he did not like to smile. The invisible sword aura that was revealed in his every move caused people to be fearful and keep a respectful distance from him. One by one, the geniuses from various countries passed through the city gate and stepped onto the red carpet. They were all heroic and full of youthful vigor. At this moment, the 5th team appeared in front of everyone. The heaven-ranking team of the Tianluo dynasty has arrived. Boom! The cannons saluted, and the fireworks were like rain. Everyone present was startled, and their gazes swept towards the last genius team in unison. The Tianluo dynasty was the first dynasty to win the Heaven ranking tournament. Similar to the Sacred Star dynasty, it had gathered many different types of blood limit physiques. Unlike the other 4 dynasties, the blood limit physiques were relatively concentrated. Of course, the reason why the Tianluo dynasty's team was so eye-catching, other than the fact that they had won the championship before, it was also because the lineup of the Tianluo dynasty's team was especially strong this year. I heard that the Tianluo dynasty's team has a genius inscription master from St. Bell City, Lei Yuan. There's also the Ghost Spear King's direct disciple, Yi Wu Gui. That's right, I heard about it too. However, the most important person is their team leader, Yi Wu Gui. Yes, Yi Wu Gui is definitely a super monster. Only Huang Fuliang from the Sacred Star Dynasty can compete with him. High-level inscription master, Lei Yuan. Ghost Spear King's direct disciple, Yi Wu Gui. And the Wind Ghost clan's Yi Wu Gui, who possessed the Wind Ghost body. This lineup had indeed attracted the attention of the Tianluo dynasty this year. Under the gazes of the crowd, the Tianluo dynasty's team approached from afar. Even Chu Hen from the Sacred Star dynasty's team could not help but narrow his eyes. His gaze was somewhat solemn as he looked at the leader of the Tianluo dynasty's team. It was a young man with a devilishly handsome face. He was dressed in a gorgeous dark red robe, and his slightly raised lips were so bright that they looked like they were stained with blood. Demonic charm. This was Chu Hen's first impression of Yi Wu Gui. Yi Wu Gui's indifferent smile carried a hint of playfulness. This playfulness revealed his confidence in his own strength. In terms of aura, Yi Wu Gui was indeed not inferior to Sacred Star Huang Fuliang. Behind Yi Wu Gui were Yi Wu Gui, Lei Yuan, and the few people that Chu Hen had met at the Rising Cloud Merchant House. Is it really Lei Yuan? What Lei Zhen and Lei Li said is true. He really came back? Outside the plaza stood a group of people from the St. Bell City tribe. When they saw Lei Yuan from the Tianluo dynasty's team, they were shocked and astonished. However, after the initial shock, it was replaced by indignation. This was because Lei Yuan's gaze had never landed on the crowd from St. Bell City. Even when he walked past them, he did not spare them a glance. In other words, Lei Yuan had indeed abandoned them and St. Bell City. A senior inscription master who represented the Tianluo dynasty in the Heaven List tournament of the 6 nations. How awe-inspiring was this? How much attention was paid to him? However, Lei Yuan's words had completely chilled the hearts of everyone in St. Bell City. Over the years since he left St. Bell City, he seemed to have forgotten the way back. Very soon, the top geniuses of Misty Wind, Giant Cliff, Flame Shadow, Heaven Net, and Sword Dynasty arrived at the plaza. They stood on the plaza in front of the throne room, side by side with the Sacred Star Empire. Lu Qi of the Misty Wind Dynasty, Gigantic Cliff Empire, Qiteng, Flame Shadow Empire, Pangeo, Sword Dynasty, Qiningshao, Tianluo Dynasty, Yi Wu Gui. Greetings to the Sacred Star Emperor. The geniuses of the 5 great empires bowed one after another. Their majestic aura swept across the entire plaza. Thanks to Brother Zhang 371-6016 for his 1888 tip. I got off the train at around 2 p.m. and arrived home around 3 p.m. I hurriedly took a shower and began to write. I finally finished a chapter. I'll first apologize to my brothers and sincerely wish them a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I'm going to Grandma's house tonight, so I'm not sure how many chapters one can update. If I'm missing chapters, I'll definitely make it up tomorrow or the day after. Chapter 248. Greetings, Sacred Star Monarch, Lu Qi, Qiteng, Pang Ao, Qining Xiao, and Night Not Cunning led their respective heaven ranking teams and bowed to the Sacred Star Monarch. The grand and majestic scene was captivating. Everyone please rise. Monarch Huangfu, Hao raised his right hand and said, "Thank you, sacred star monarch." The geniuses of the various kingdoms stood up in unison. The top geniuses of the 6 dynasties gathered on the square. Qi Teng, Peng Ao, and Qi Ningxiao looked at the leader of the Sacred Star Monarch team, Huang Fuliang, with interest. However, the playful expression between Huang Fuliang's brows was especially strong. He looked back at the few of them with a slightly mocking gaze. In the end, his gaze landed on Tian Luo Bugue. Knight Not Cunning was wearing a luxurious red robe and had a demonic aura. The faint smile on his face gave off a faint demonic charm. Knight Not Cunning glanced at Huang Fuliang with a hint of frivolity in his eyes. Huang Fuliang sneered and replied with disdain. Before the 6 empires' battle of the heavenly ranking had even begun, the geniuses from different empires were already sparking with each other. Of course, it would be abnormal if they were to get along peacefully. Only when conflicts broke out would the heaven ranking competition between the 6 kingdoms be more anticipated. Chu Hen, who was in the Sacred Star Monarch team, squinted his eyes as he carefully observed the top geniuses from the other 5 dynasties. They were all monstrous geniuses who possessed the mystic physique bloodline limit. Although in terms of the strength of the bloodline limit, there was not a single person who could be mentioned on the same level as Chu Hen. But in the end, there was still that sentence. No matter how strong the power of the bloodline was, it still needed strength as a foundation. There were a total of 600 top geniuses here, and Chu Hen could only be considered as above average. There were quite a number of people who were very troublesome for him to deal with. The heaven ranking competition is about to begin. I will briefly explain the rules of the competition. Huang Fuqing's cold voice pulled everyone back from their thoughts. Everyone's gaze fell on the other party. Huang Fuqing raised her beautiful eyes and opened her red lips slightly. The Heaven List competition of the 6 nations will be held in the ruins of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom. The contestants will arrive at the competition area via the teleportation array. The location of the preliminary round. The crowd around the square couldn't help but make noises. If there was a preliminary round, then there would naturally be a final round. The Heaven List battle was indeed extraordinary. The contestants who enter the preliminaries will be scattered in different places. In other words, at the beginning, each of you was acting alone. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, if 600 top geniuses were to gather together at the beginning, wouldn't it become a super chaotic battle? That kind of chaotic scene really couldn't reflect the individual abilities of the outstanding genius students. However, there were also disadvantages to acting alone. When encountering an opponent who was stronger than him without the help of his companions, the outcome was obvious. As for the rules of the preliminary round, to put it simply, it's a battle for tokens. Battle for tokens? Many geniuses from the Sacred Star team were stunned. They lowered their heads and looked at the purple jade pendant with golden tassels in their hands. On the exquisite pattern, there were 2 majestic words, Heavenly Star. Chu Hen gently stroked the jade pendant with his thumb and felt a faint warmth. The geniuses from the other 5 dynasties also had tokens that represented their countries. The so-called keepsake scramble is to snatch the keepsake in the hands of others. 2 months later, we'll gather at the top of the Sky Gorge platform. Anyone who has 6 tokens will be able to enter the finals. Huang Fuqing paused for a moment before she continued. In other words, only 100 people can pass the preliminary round and enter the finals. Wow! The entire square was in an uproar. 600 top geniuses meant 600 tokens. Only those who had collected 6 tokens would have the right to enter the finals. The elimination rate in the first round was still very high, and it was absolutely impossible for it to reach 100. This probability was extremely small. After all, it was hard to guarantee that during the preliminary round, the token would be lost, or that no one would reach the standard of 6 tokens. Thinking about it carefully, the difficulty of the Heaven List battle was much more difficult. Does anyone else have any questions? Huang Fuqing asked coldly, "May I ask your highness?" Yi Wu-gui from the Tianluo dynasty team raised his hand slightly and said, "During the competition, can we use any means to defeat or kill our opponents?" As the direct disciple of the Ghost Spear King, Yi Wu-gui's question made people shudder. Huang Fuqing's expression did not change at all. She replied calmly, "Yes, during the preliminary round, you can use any means to obtain tokens from others. What are the rules of the finals? We'll talk about it after you advance." Hee. Then I'll borrow the regent's priceless advice. I'll definitely appear in the finals. Yi Wu-gui's happy laughter made many people from the Sacred Star dynasty frown. It was really rude of him to speak to Huang Fuqing in such a tone. However, Huang Fuqing was not dissatisfied. She looked back at Emperor Huang Fuhao, who understood and nodded. He stepped forward and said, "I hereby announce that the heaven list battle of the 6 nations begins now." Wu, a melodious and majestic horn sound reverberated in the sky above the imperial city. In the next moment, more than a dozen masked elites from the dark troop of the royal family flashed to the square and distributed themselves around the square. "Teleportation portal, get ready," the man wearing a silver mask shouted. Then, more than a dozen elites from the dark troop worked together to launch a complicated hand sign. Surging true inner force continuously surged from their bodies. Boom! A piercingly cold wind suddenly blew, and chaotic airflow spread in all directions. Along with an extremely restless and violent energy wave, crisscrossing silver arcs blossomed under the feet of the heaven list contestants of the 6 nations. The dazzling silver runes spread wantonly and formed a huge teleportation portal under the feet of the 600 geniuses. Buzz! Soon after, countless golden light beams soared into the sky. The endless light beams directly enveloped the geniuses of the 6 nations, causing the world to lose its color. Wind and clouds surged in the sky, as if a thunderstorm was about to descend. "Contestants, please get ready. The teleportation portal is about to be activated," the silver-masked expert from the Dark Troop said in a deep voice. The hearts of the geniuses in the portal trembled. While they were all excited, their eyes flashed with solemnity. Chu Hen looked around at Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Yu Qinyu, and the rest, who were all looking at each other encouragingly. "Third brother, be careful and focus on your safety," Long Qingyang reminded. "Yes, I know, big brother," Chu Hen replied. Long Xuanchuang replied in a gentle voice, "Leave a mark along the way so that it'll be easier for you to rendezvous with us." Chu Hen nodded. Not a bad idea. The geniuses from the other 5 empires also had a simple exchange. Many of the instructors and students from the various martial houses were also cheering and cheering one after another. "Huang Fuliang will win. Huang Fuliang is the strongest. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Sarong, Sarong. Senior brother Chu Hen, do your best. Chu Hen, don't tell anyone that I know you if you don't make it to the finals." Mu Feng, Li Hui, and the rest shouted at the top of their lungs. "Big brother Chu Hen, do your best." Yi Yao from the Emperor Wind Martial House also clapped her small hands and said loudly. She had a faint smile on her face and a pair of quick-witted eyes, looking very cute. "Big sister, do your best too." The crowd cheered and cheered, their momentum soaring into the sky. Chu Hen turned around to look at his friends, then nodded at Xilan and Huang Fuqing, communicating with their eyes. Of course, in the eyes of most of the people present, the main characters of the heaven-ranking battle of the 6 nations were naturally Huang Fuliang, Lu Qi, Pang Ao, Qi Teng, Qi Ningxiao, and Yi Bugui, as well as many other famous geniuses like Lin Yuan, Su Rong, and Yi Wugui. The eyes of the 6 of them were filled with determination. At the same time, confident smiles filled their faces. However, at this moment, Wei Qing Fan, Ren Han, Wei Zhong, and the others all cast a cold and sinister gaze at Chu Hen. Perhaps to them, This wasn't just a Six Nations Heaven List tournament. Activate the teleportation array. Rumble. The ground beneath everyone's feet faintly trembled, and the golden light beam that enveloped the geniuses became even more dazzling. Then, the geniuses in the array felt the world spin as a tremendous, tearing force dragged them towards another space. In an instant, the startling light beam shot towards the sky above the imperial city. Hua! A dazzling white light flashed in front of everyone's eyes, and a rapid airflow spread out. In the next second, the geniuses in the center of the square all disappeared. The Six Nations Heaven List Tournament had begun. Chapter 249. The Six Nations Battle Royale had begun. This was an ancient kingdom ruins that had been abandoned for hundreds of years. It was a vast wilderness, surrounded by deep mountains and broken walls. Black birds that were entrenched in old trees let out hoarse cries. Ancient cities that had been eroded by wind and rain gave off a desolate aura. However, there seemed to be a mysterious power that no one knew existed in these ancient and desolate ruins. The Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom was an ancient dynasty that had been passed down for thousands of years. A storm was about to break out again in this peaceful place. Whoosh! A few fallen leaves rustled and fell to the ground. In the dense forest, a blurry shadow shuttled through the forest like a ghost, then steadily landed on a tree trunk. He lifted his head to look at the sky that was covered by the lush branches, revealing a handsome and determined face. It's been 4 hours. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself. He had been in the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom ruins for 4 hours and had yet to encounter a single person. Not only did this kind of tranquil atmosphere not cause Chu Hen's state of mind to become tranquil, it instead made him even more cautious. How big was the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom? Chu Hen had no idea. Of course, the Sacred Star Empire would definitely not scatter everyone across the entire Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom. That would be too big, not to mention 2 months. Even 2 years would not be enough to end the Sky List tournament. Logically speaking, the distribution of participants from each nation would most likely be in the center of the Seven Spirits Ancient Kingdom. He believed that while he was searching for others, others were also searching for him. The Heaven List Tournament is different from the Earth List Tournament in the All Academy Martial Arts competition. I need to be more careful. Chu Hen casually drew a vertical mark on the tree trunk, then jumped down from the tree trunk. This mark was the signal that he had agreed with Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang. After all, it would be better if they could gather together during such a tournament. Chu Hen walked through the forest, causing rustling sounds. Suddenly, Chu Hen stopped in his tracks, and 2 cold rays of light flashed in the corner of his eyes. I've been discovered. Along with a complacent strange laughter, a dangerous aura suddenly came from a certain side of the forest. Earth-sinking technique. Rumble. In an instant, the ground shook violently. Before Chu Hen could react, the ground under his feet, which was about 5 meters wide, directly sank down. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen had descended into a hole that was more than 10 meters deep, surrounded by a thick layer of soil. It was as if he had fallen into a dry well. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, but he didn't immediately jump out. Right now, that person was right above him. If he were to jump up, that person would not hesitate to give him a fatal blow. Ha ha! Let me see which little lamb you caught. Then a young man with a complacent smile appeared at the edge of the area above. He looked down at Chu Hen, who was in the pit. From the other party's clothes and the power he used, it could be determined that he was from the Rock Empire. Oh, so it's the prey of the Sacred Star Empire. Not bad, not bad. Even though he was trapped by the other party's trap, Chu Hen's face did not show any signs of panic. He said calmly, "I'll give you the token and you'll spare my life." "Haha, you're scared, silly?" The man sneered disdainfully, but at this moment he was very confident. He stretched out his right hand and said, "Give it." Without any hesitation, Chu Hen took out a jade pendant that emitted a purple luster. Seeing this jade pendant, the smile on the face of the man from the Rock Empire became even more complacent. Ta! Chu Hen flicked his finger, and the jade pendant directly turned into a beam of light and flew up. The man from the Rock Empire reached out to grab the token without hesitation. However, at this moment, a fierce light burst out from Chu Hen's eyes. Xiao! With a xiao sound, Chu Hen's toes touched the ground, and his entire body shot out like an arrow. The rapid wind-breaking momentum was abnormally fast and violent, and a black blade suddenly appeared in his hand. The man from the Rock Empire was slightly startled, and hurriedly raised his palm to attack Chu Hen. Bastard, you're courting death. Humph. A disdainful sneer appeared on Chu Hen's face. The limitless tooth swung out, and the shadow of the saber was like a ray of light, directly flashing through the air. Hiss! A dozen meters long silver crescent slashed down vertically. The pupils of the man from the Rock Empire suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, and his face became as pale as paper. Then his whole body flew out, and a wound so deep that bones could be seen burst open on his chest. Warm and dazzling blood danced like rain. Bang! The man heavily fell to the ground, and at the same time, Chu Hen also steadily landed on the ground. Then the light purple jade pendant once again fell into Chu Hen's left palm. Sorry, I changed my mind. This thing is still useful to me. Chu Hen indifferently said with a light smile. The man from the Rock Empire was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. But no matter what, it was already of no use. Chu Hen's saber had directly pierced into a vital point. The man from the Rock Empire tilted his head, and with endless resentment he breathed his last. Chu Hen held the saber diagonally, slowly walked forward, and directly took the storage ring from the man's body. His consciousness submerged into the ring, and a brown, agate-like jade pendant appeared in Chu Hen's hand. One token in hand, there are still 4 more. Chu Hen softly muttered. Being able to obtain a token in such a short period of time was also a small surprise. But to be honest, Chu Hen had not been able to immediately escape from the opponent's trap. If the opponent had been more cautious and not given Chu Hen any opportunity to speak, it would have been more troublesome for Chu Hen. From this, it could be seen that many geniuses possessed great strength. In the following journey, it was better to be more cautious. Immediately, Chu Hen put away the Rock Empire's token and the spoils of war into his bag, and hurriedly left in a certain direction. Not long after Chu Hen had left, a gloomy young figure suddenly appeared beside the man from the Rock Empire, accompanied by the slight rustling of leaves. Buzz! The figure gently waved his sleeve, and a black light penetrated into the body of the corpse. In the next moment, the man's corpse immediately turned into a pile of ashes. To be able to kill Wu Xiao, who was at the same level as him, in a weak situation is a little interesting. About an hour later, Chu Hen came out of the dense forest and arrived at a canyon. Hua la la, the sound of flowing water filled the entire canyon, and what appeared in front of Chu Hen was a magnificent waterfall. On both sides of the waterfall were steep rock walls, covered in thick moss, and could not be climbed by human strength. However, when Chu Hen approached the edge of the water, he faintly sensed a slight, obscure fluctuation of power. Under normal circumstances, this fluctuation of power would not attract anyone's attention. But this was the arena of the Six Nations Heaven List tournament, so people could not help but be suspicious. Chapter 250. Feeling the slight energy fluctuation coming from the direction of the great waterfall, Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before cautiously walking towards the great waterfall. The closer he got to the waterfall, the stronger the fluctuations of power he felt. Chu Hen looked a little confused. When he was about 20 meters away from the waterfall, there was a faint ripple of light in the air. Then, the things in front of Chu Hen suddenly changed a little. The environment was still the same. But what was different was that in the middle of the turbulent water, there was a large rock. And on that rock, there was a peerlessly beautiful and familiar figure that floated in the air like a fairy. Miss Mingshang. Chu Hen was obviously stunned, and there was still a look of surprise on his face. The beautiful figure sitting on the rock was none other than Luo Mingshang of Imperial Martial Academy. But at this moment, her beautiful eyes were closed, and extremely restless true inner force lingered around her body. Even the space around her was faintly trembling. It can't be like the last time in the Tianqi Mountains, right? Chu Hen clearly remembered the last time in the Tianqi Mountains. Luo Mingshang urgently needed to mediate because of some kind of unstable power in her body. And at that time, it was Chu Hen who guarded her. At that time, Chu Hen had tried to investigate the power in her body. But to Chu Hen's surprise, even the demon eye could not see through Luo Mingshang's secret. But what Chu Hen could confirm was that Luo Mingshang sometimes could not control the power in her body. In that case, the fluctuation of power that he had just captured came from Luo Mingshang. But why did he have to walk here to see her? Could it be a blinding formation? Chu Hen quickly thought of the reason. Among the thousands of formations in the world, there was a kind of formation that could deceive people. People who were in the formation could achieve the effect of invisibility within a certain range. Immediately, Chu Hen took a few steps back. Sure enough, after being separated by less than 2 meters, the rock instantly became empty. Luo Mengchang had disappeared before Chu Hen's eyes. Then, Chu Hen moved forward and returned to where he was just now, and Luo Mengchang's figure reappeared in his line of sight. He didn't expect Luo Mengchang to know how to set up array formations. This was something that Chu Hen did not expect. However, this concealment formation was set up very crudely. After all, Luo Mingshang had only concealed her figure, and the energy fluctuations she released were not concealed at all. Wu Xiao, whose perception was not weak, could sense it from 100 meters away. Thinking back to the situation at the Heaven Lake mountain range, it was probably because Luo Mengchang did not have the time to perfect this concealment formation. This was the best she could do in a short amount of time. Fortunately, you met me, otherwise, Chu Hen shook his head and smiled, thinking that it was quite a coincidence. Luo Mengchang, who was standing on the big rock, was beautiful and otherworldly. A few meters behind her was the Milky Way waterfall. The cool and rapid airflow slightly lifted her long black hair, and her beautiful face, which was enough to bring disaster to countries and people in the future, was exceptionally moving. Chu Hen looked at her quietly, and a faint gentleness involuntarily surged between his brows. However, at this moment, there was a sudden rush of movement in the jungle behind him. Chu Hen was shocked. The aura that Luo Mengchang exuded had finally been detected by others. Immediately, Chu Hen did not hesitate to retreat from the concealment formation and blocked the way outside. Following that, 3 swift and fierce figures arrived at the canyon with the waterfall from different directions. Previously, he had not seen a single figure for most of the day. He did not expect 3 people to appear at once. It was really unpredictable. Judging from the clothes of these 3 people, they were not from the same place. According to the patterns on their clothes, they were the geniuses of the Boulder Empire, the Wind Mist Empire, and the Sword Empire. The 3 geniuses were also a little surprised by the situation in front of them. Then, they looked at Chu Hen at the same time. The movement that attracted them obviously came from Chu Hen's direction. Geniuses from 4 different empires had met. This situation was a little strange. No matter which side made a move, they would have to consider the other 3. Everyone wanted the token that the other party had. Hee, aren't these the geniuses of the Sacred Star Empire? The young man from the Sword Empire suddenly revealed a strange smile. Then he turned to the other 2 and said, "No matter what, the Saint Star Empire is the champion of the 6 Nations Heaven List Tournament. What do the 2 of you think?" The two young men from the Boulder Empire and the Wind Mist Empire looked at each other and immediately understood the meaning of the person from the Sword Empire. Hee hee, the man from the Boulder Empire laughed coldly. Since he is a genius from the Champion Empire, he must be very strong. For safety's sake, why don't the three of us take care of him first? We'll talk about the rest later. Chu Hen frowned. How could this be a reason for the three of them to target him first? The Sacred Star Empire had won the championship 50 years ago. What did it have to do with him? The three of you. I am just here to make up the numbers. My token has been snatched by someone just now. Please don't target me. Chu Hen pretended to admit defeat. Of course, in reality, Chu Hen did not want to fight here. After all, Luo Mengchong was still behind. Although the concealment formation could deceive people, it did not have any defensive power. If they fought, even if Chu Hen believed that he had the ability to deal with the three people in front of him, he was still worried that he would hurt Luo Mengchong. He and Luo Mengchong could be considered good friends. Previously at the Heaven Lake mountain range, she had even taken the blame for killing a student from the Imperial Martial Academy. Logically speaking, Chu Hen could not ignore Luo Mengchong this time. Hee hee, so you are a coward. The man from the Sword Empire's smile became even more disdainful. However, you said that your token has been snatched. We are not fools. We will not fall for your trick so easily. I am not lying to you. Chu Hen replied calmly. Humph, whether you are lying to us or not, we will know very soon. The young man from the Boulder Empire shouted. Without another word, he rushed toward Chu Hen. Hee hee, I really don't know why I hate you people from the Sacred Star Empire. Earth demons split the earth. Rumble. Chapter 251. Hee hee, I really don't know why I hate people from the Sacred Star Empire so much. Earth demons split the earth. As soon as he finished speaking, the man from the Boulder Empire among the three immediately rushed towards Chu Hen with a raging aura. Rumble. Along with the enormous power and might, the surface of the ground quickly split in two. The long, narrow, and deep cracks quickly moved towards Chu Hen's feet. Looking at the continuous cracks on the ground, the deep and dark cracks gave people a horrifying feeling that if they fell into them, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. A battle was unavoidable. Could it be that the Sacred Star Empire killed your entire family? Moreover, even if the Sacred Star Empire killed your entire family, don't bite me, okay? Accompanied by a frivolous sneer, Chu Hen's figure moved. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he leaped from the ground and directly pounced towards his opponent. Buzz, buzz! An astonishing energy wave was released from Chu Hen's body. Traces of black light quickly climbed up Chu Hen's right arm. Subsequently, his right hand turned into a fist and smashed towards the young man from the Boulder Empire. Humph, reckless fool. The man from the Boulder Empire revealed a disdainful expression. He also raised his fist to meet the attack. At the moment when he punched out, a thick layer of rock quickly spread out and covered his entire arm. The incomparably sturdy rock hand emitted an extremely violent power. Compared to his opponent, Chu Hen's fist seemed somewhat insignificant. Brat, I can smash you to death with one punch. Is that so? Bang! In the next second, the power of the two collided. When Chu Hen's fist, which was surrounded by a black glow, suddenly erupted with an extremely ferocious aura, the scattered true Yuan shockwave spread out between the two. The pupils of the gigantic Cliff Empire's man suddenly shrank. Under his astonished gaze, the layer of rock covering his arm immediately shattered into pieces. Gravel of all sizes splashed everywhere. The man from the Boulder Empire felt a mountain-like hidden energy invading from Chu Hen's fist. His entire arm felt numb, and even his bones felt like they were about to break. He really did not expect Chu Hen's physical body to be so strong that even the rocks could not withstand it. In reality, the chaotic body had constantly strengthened Chu Hen's body and bones. In particular, as Chu Hen's cultivation increased, the chaotic body made Chu Hen's body stronger and stronger. Even without using the flaming sun body tempering technique, Chu Hen's physical body was far stronger than an ordinary person's. Can't even withstand a single blow, Chu Hen sneered. The moment he landed on the ground, he suddenly bounced up from the ground and gave a side kick. His attack was as fast as lightning, aiming for his opponent's chest. Damn it! The complexion of the Rock Dynasty's man changed. He hastily mobilized the real, primary power in his body and gathered it in front of his chest. Petrification! Crack! Soon after, a large area of his opponent's chest surprisingly turned into a layer of white, hard stone. The solidified stone layer was like a layer of stone armor, and its defense was extremely strong. Bang! Chu Hen's heavy kick landed firmly on his opponent's chest. An extremely overbearing force poured down, and a dense black wave of chi exploded in the air. The man from the Boulder Empire spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered a few times and constantly retreated. Within 2 moves in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, Chu Hen had defeated 1 person. On the other side, the 2 people from the Wind Mist Empire and the Sword Empire were extremely surprised. No one had expected Chu Hen's strength to be so strong. However, the 2 quickly calmed down. Although Chu Hen was strong, he definitely could not resist the strength of 3 people. Swoosh! The man from the Wind Mist Empire dashed out. At the same time, a vast and majestic real, primary power gushed out from his body. The man's hands continuously formed various complicated seals. When the man's aura soared to its peak, a huge water curtain soared high into the sky behind him. Water shock wave, boom! In the next moment, the terrifying water screen shock wave swept down, and the vast and terrifying energy was like a myriad of beasts galloping, and it carried the momentum of a torrent that swept through 1,000 soldiers. The flowers, grass, and gravel on the ground were completely annihilated, and even a thick layer of soil was shaved off. In the face of the unstoppable water shock wave, a trace of solemnity flashed between Chu Hen's brows. Whoosh! A clear metallic sound caused the air to ripple. Chu Hen directly summoned the Limitless Tooth. He gripped the hilt with both hands and slashed forward with a mountain-splitting force. Splitting wind slash. Buzz. A black blade light that was more than 10 meters long slashed out. It split the surging water shock wave with a force that could split the wind and waves. Then, it slashed toward the man from the Wind Mist Empire. The latter's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly released his power to defend himself. At the same time, the man from the Sword Empire's attack followed closely. So you are an expert with a blade. I wonder what you can do in the face of this genius's swift sword. The man from the Sword Empire leaped into the sky and swung his sword 3 times in a row. There was a strong killing intent in the hurried, cold wind. 3 sharp silver sword shadows slashed down one after another. They were comparable to the flowing, light, flying shadow that could be traced back thousands of years. They were as fast as lightning and as powerful as a shadow. If an ordinary person encountered such a swift and ruthless sword technique, they would probably panic. However, on Chu Hen's face, an expression of extreme disdain was revealed. This kind of speed is also worthy of being called a swift sword. Immediately, Chu Hen swung his sword 3 times in a row. 3 black blade shadows formed a semicircle and slashed toward the 3 sword shadows. Bang, bang, bang! An extremely heavy explosion sounded like a clap of thunder. The blade shadows and sword shadows wantonly danced in the air. The rocks, flowers, and bushes on the ground were all torn apart by the sharp aura. However, immediately after, Chu Hen leaped into the sky like a shooting star. In an instant, he arrived in front of the man from the Sword Empire who had yet to land on the ground. I will let you see what is called swift. What? The expression of the man from the Sword Empire changed. With him as the center, the flow of air within a radius of 10 meters became abnormally fast and chaotic. Spiraling tornado-like air currents wrapped around him, suppressing his body from all directions. Not only was his movement suppressed, but even the circulation of true origin energy in his body became slower. Without waiting for the man from the Sword Empire to break free, the black blade in Chu Hen's hand was already swung out like a passing shadow. Shadow moon dance. Hiss! Along with the ear-piercing sound of a sharp weapon cutting through flesh, a 10-meter-long silver crescent moon descended from the sky and streaked past the body of the man from the Sword Empire like a ray of light. The man's pupils violently trembled, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Immediately after, Chu Hen directly drew a series of afterimages in the air. His body instantly moved to the next position. At the same time, another crescent moon blade light pierced through the heavens and earth. It was bright and dazzling. Chu Hen's speed was extremely fast, like a phantom. From afar, it looked like there were more than 10 Chu Hens surrounding the man from the Sword Empire and attacking him from all directions. Numerous afterimages swept across the sky, and the crescent moon blade light was dazzling. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Hen swung his blade 9 times. Shadow moon dance, 9-blade force. When the 9th blade strike ended, Chu Hen steadily landed on the ground. The man from the Sword Empire fell like a bird with broken wings. Ah! A mournful scream followed. 9 bone-deep wounds directly burst open on the man's body. Fresh blood danced in the air, and the man was instantly covered in blood. Bang! The man fell heavily on the ground and became a corpse. In a flash, a man was killed. The 2 men from the Wind Mist Empire and the Gigantic Cliff Empire were so scared that their faces turned deathly pale. Their eyes were filled with fear. How could the young man from the Sacred Star Empire be so strong? All of them were obviously at the 4th level of the core transformation realm, but none of them could compete with him, looking at the man from the Sword Empire lying on the ground. The 2 men's hearts were filled with disgust and fear. Let's go! Without another word, the 2 men turned around and fled. However, Chu Hen did not intend to let them escape just like that. Humph! Since you're here, don't leave. Chu Hen's figure moved, and he took the lead to chase the man from the Wind Mist Empire who was closest to him. Feeling the endless, dangerous aura coming from behind him, the man from the Wind Mist Empire became ruthless and shouted, "Bastard, don't go too far!" After saying that, he suddenly turned around and raised his palm to attack Chu Hen. "Sorry, you've made a mistake. Just now, the 3 of you bullied me first." Hiss! The limitless Fong, which was surrounded by a thick black light, swept past like a black lightning. The man from the Wind Mist Empire was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A stream of blood splattered in the air as his right hand was forcefully cut off by the black battle blade. Ah! The incomparably mournful scream made one's scalp tingle. With a flash of the blade, the scream stopped abruptly, and the man's head and arm flew into the air. The remaining man from the Gigantic Cliff Empire was so scared that he wet his pants. His entire face turned ashen. Fear surged in his heart. This was only the first day of the 6 Nations Heaven List battle. He did not expect to meet such a terrifying person. He was already regretting it, so much that his intestines turned green. "Who's that? Didn't you say that you want to kill the people from the Sacred Star Empire?" Chu Hen's playful and cold smile came from behind. "Damn you!" The man from the Gigantic Cliff Empire was shocked, angry, and full of hatred. "Get lost! Hiss!" Before he could finish his words, he felt a pain in his chest. A cold and sharp weapon had directly pierced through his chest. The sharp blade came out of his chest. Chapter 252. Bang! With a muffled sound, the man from the Boulder Empire fell to the ground with a strong unwillingness. He then swallowed his last breath. In an instant, Chu Hen had killed 3 people in a row. Moreover, There were 3 people of the same level. This kind of power was extremely domineering. Chu Hen turned around and looked at the waterfall. Although it was separated by the obstruction formation, the energy ripples from the formation were getting clearer and more uneasy. It seems like the crucial moment has arrived, Chu Hen muttered to himself. Then he began to take the tokens from the 3 people on the ground. The token of the Boulder Empire was a brown jade that looked like an agate. The token of the Misty Wind Empire was an aqua blue color. As for the token of the Sword Empire, it was a small and exquisite sword that was as long as a finger. Including the genius from the Boulder Empire that he had killed previously, in less than a day, Chu Hen had collected 4 tokens. Including his own, he had a total of 5 tokens. As long as he obtained 1 more token, he would be qualified to enter the finals. Needless to say, this speed was very shocking. However, just as Chu Hen was about to put the 3 keepsakes into his pocket, his gaze suddenly turned cold. The corner of his eyes, which contained a cold glint, swept towards a deep forest. After following me for so long, you still don't plan to show yourself? The ice-cold voice emitted a biting chill. A cold gust of wind blew the fallen leaves on the ground. Then the sha-sha sound of footsteps on dead branches came from afar. In the dark and dense forest, a slender figure became clear from the blur. Following that, a sinister face appeared in Chu Hen's line of sight. The flame, Shadow Empire. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He saw that there was a pattern of a flame cloud on the other party's clothes. This pattern was the symbol of the Flame Shadow Empire, which specialized in the power of fire. Splendid, truly splendid. The man with a gloomy aura applauded softly with a playful smile on his face. I never thought that there would be someone like you in the Sacred Star Dynasty. Chu Hen said coldly without batting an eyelid. You didn't plan to make a move before, but now you finally can't help it? Oh, how do you know I've been following you? The man asked. What else can I do? I'm waiting for your 6th token. Chu Hen's palm moved, and the limitless fong in his hand flickered with a dazzling light. The man was startled at first, then he laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, not bad at all. If it was someone else, they might really be scared away by your attitude. But, unfortunately, you met me, Xiao Ju." As soon as he finished speaking, a mountain-like aura erupted from his body. Chu Hen was shocked in his heart. The strength of the person in front of him had reached the peak of the 5th level of the core transformation realm. He was only half a step away from the 6th level, especially when the other party had a bloodline with an extremely destructive fire attribute physique. Such an enemy was a little troublesome. Of course, in reality, Chu Hen didn't know that the other party had been following him. The reason why he said that was purely to scare the other party. After all, Chu Hen still had some scruples in his heart. Currently, Luo Mengchang, who was in the concealment formation, was most likely at a crucial moment. Any ripple from the battle might affect her. At that time, Chu Hen didn't dare to speculate what would happen to Luo Mengchang. Xiao Ju looked at the calm Chu Hen in front of him, and the playful expression on his face became even more intense. It was a wise decision for me not to attack you previously. In order to thank you for helping me collect so many tokens, I will leave your corpse intact. Since you want the tokens, I will give them to you. What do you think? Chu Hen said. Hee. Xiao Ju laughed coldly. Didn't the first person you met die in your hands just like this? Moreover, a threat like you should be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be more problems in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of scorching flame rose from Xiao Ju's body. What was different from an ordinary flame was that the other party's flame was actually gray in color. The extremely restless energy fluctuation caused the space to faintly distort. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Chu Hen replied with a disdainful sneer. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Xiao Ju's face sank. He raised his hand and pushed out a pillar of fire towards Chu Hen. Just because of what you said just now, I have decided not to leave your corpse intact. The extremely powerful black pillar of fire was unusually ferocious. Wherever it went, the airwave became unbearably hot. The ground was even left with a burnt mark. Chu Hen's figure moved, and he dodged to the side. Then he glanced at the direction of the waterfall from the corner of his eyes. He immediately moved and fled in any direction in the forest. If you have the guts, then chase after me. If I don't kill you, then my surname isn't Chu. Swish! Chu Hen consecutively leaped a few times and disappeared into the forest. Xiao Ju's face was filled with ruthlessness. His gaze also looked towards the direction of the waterfall. With his strength, he was naturally able to feel the strange energy fluctuation coming from that direction. But Xiao Ju didn't know that Chu Hen's intention was to lure him away. After a short moment of hesitation, Xiao Ju still chose to first chase after Chu Hen. Wait till I kill that arrogant bastard. Then I'll come over here to investigate. No matter what, Chu Hen currently had a total of 5 keepsakes in his hands. As long as he obtained these 5 keepsakes in addition to his own, he would have a total of 6 keepsakes. For the next 2 months, he could spend it easily. Although Xiao Ju was also very curious about what was behind the blinding formation. But in comparison, Chu Hen was still more important. If he wasn't careful and allowed Chu Hen to escape, then the 5 keepsakes might end up in someone else's hands. Swish! Amidst the lush forest, a great chase was taking place. Stinking brat, weren't you quite arrogant earlier? Now you're a turtle hiding in its shell? Xiao Ju especially disdainfully opened his mouth and mocked. As he chased after Chu Hen, gray flames were continuously released and rising from within Xiao Ju's body. Numerous gray flame pillars that were like dragons and dancing snakes flew out from his palm. Wherever the gray flames went, the flowers, trees, and shrubs all turned into ashes. Such a terrifying destructive power was incomparably domineering. Chu Hen didn't even turn his head back as he moved swiftly in front of Xiao Ju. A slight arc unknowingly appeared on his handsome and firm face. I thought you were very smart, but it turns out that you're just a stupid dog. As his voice fell, strands of demonic purple light started to spread out from within Chu Hen's body. His pitch-black eyes slowly closed, and after a short pause for a second, a pair of faint purple pupils suddenly appeared on Chu Hen's face. Stinking brat, I told you to stop. Xiao Ju, who was behind him, let out a loud roar. Following that, an extremely powerful aura that was comparable to the eruption of a mountain torrent shot up into the sky from within his body. The surging gray flames stacked up like a tsunami, and the flowers and trees within a radius of tens of meters were instantly burned into ashes. Death flame heavenly fireball. Buzz! In an instant, a huge gray fireball with a diameter of over 50 meters whizzed towards Chu Hen in an extremely terrifying manner. The terrifying gray fireball was unstoppable as it rolled at full speed, crushing everything in its path. Everywhere it went, everything turned into incomparably fine ashes. Flowers, trees, venomous insects, snakes, and ants were all annihilated on the spot in an instant. The fireball's rolling speed was extremely fast as it continuously closed the distance between it and Chu Hen. Xiao Ju's face revealed a sinister smile. Stinking brat, be burned to ashes by this genius's death flame. However, at this critical moment, Chu Hen, who had been constantly escaping, suddenly turned his head around. Boom! An endless amount of bewitching purple light burst out like a surging tide. With a thought from Chu Hen, a sparkling and translucent blue rune appeared in his palm. Boom! In the next moment, a magnificent water curtain that was comparable to a raging tsunami rose up furiously. Bang! The huge gray fireball was like a meteorite that flew from the heavens and directly charged into the tide. The incomparably violent energy shook the heavens and the earth. Scorching white mist surged into the sky like a huge mushroom cloud. The powerful aftershock wave swept out in all directions. With a sweeping force, it broke countless huge trees with intertwining roots, and a thick layer of the soil on the ground was directly swept away. "You're too naive to think that you can block my death flames with that little ability of yours." Along with Xiao Ju's arrogant roar, the gray fireball actually forcefully broke through the surging water curtain wave. Although the fireball was obviously smaller than before, its power was still abnormally tyrannical. The space faintly trembled uneasily. Chu Hen, who was in front of the fireball, felt like he was facing a collapsing mountain. However, at this moment, a pair of purple light wings suddenly appeared behind Chu Hen's back. The light wings seemed to be made of colored glass, dazzling and brilliant. When the terrifying fireball arrived in front of him, the purple light wings spread out like an eagle, dragging a series of purple afterimages in the air. Chu Hen directly flashed into the sky. Boom! The great fireball crushed down from below Chu Hen. Then it exploded like a volcano, directly causing the area within a radius of 200 to 300 meters to suffer a disaster. Flying spirit tool? Xiao Ju clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with a gloomy expression as he looked at Chu Hen in the sky. However, in the next second, an extreme power was released from Chu Hen's eyes. Swoosh! Immediately after, 2 purple light beams were like flying light shuttles that trace back thousands of years, sweeping up an unstoppable, biting, cold-killing intent as they attacked Xiao Ju below. Chapter 253. Nirvana! Light of Death, along with Chu Hen's light shout, 2 purple light beams, like a flying shuttle of light, swept up an unstoppable, piercingly cold-killing intent and attacked toward Xiao Ju, who was in front of them. Xiao Ju's pupils slightly shrunk. He could clearly feel a strong, dangerous aura from the 2 purple light beams. He really did not expect that a 4th-level core transformation stage fellow would actually possess so many powerful trump cards. Damned bastard, don't be too pleased with yourself. After speaking, Xiao Ju clasped his palms together as the surging death flame vigorously rose. The death flame that enveloped his body rapidly transformed into the silhouette of a ferocious tiger. Roar! The deafening roar of the tiger shook all directions as the fierce tiger phantom roared towards the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it welcomed the 2 purple light beams. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, Chu Hen, who was high up in the sky, lifted his eyelids. His eyes turned cold as the 2 black dots in the depths of his purple pupils chased each other like a lantern. 2 star demon eyes, Nirvana, kill! In an instant, the 2 purple light beams that arrived in front of Xiao Ju suddenly blossomed with a dazzling purple light. In the next instant, the 2 purple light beams transformed into 2 abnormally sharp purple arrows. Their terrifying might increased by several times as they spread out. Hiss! The hurried sharp sound was abnormally ear-piercing. Xiao Ju's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. Under his panic-filled gaze, the 2 purple arrows directly pierced through the huge body of the huge tiger illusory figure that was transformed from the death flames. The death flames was split apart by the arrows. Following that, an extremely ear-piercing hiss sound was heard as the 2 purple arrows pierced into Xiao Ju's chest and came out diagonally from his back. TSK, tisk! Xiao Ju's heart involuntarily shrank twice as his face instantly turned as pale as paper. Ha! I've already told you not to follow me. You're the one who didn't listen. A mocking voice pounced towards him. Xiao Ju's eyes, which were filled with panic, reflected a handsome face. On that face, there was actually a pair of bewitching purple pupils. You are demon, hiss! Before he could finish, a cold spear surrounded by a black aura tore through the air and pierced through Xiao Ju's throat. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the back of his neck, and scarlet blood slowly flowed down the tip of the spear. Goodbye, I won't be sending you off, Chu Hen coldly said. Xiao Ju's pale face was filled with endless fear. At this moment, he finally understood who was the real prey. The reason why Chu Hen did not make a move at the previous location was because he did not want to alarm the person behind the obstruction formation. However, Xiao Ju understood too late. By the time he figured it out, the cold temperature of the spear had already spread to his entire body through his blood. Bang! Xiao Ju fell heavily onto the ground like a pile of mud. Warm blood flowed happily and his eyes were wide open. However, he could not die in peace. Phew! Chu Hen heaved a long sigh of relief, and the aura around him converged back into his body. I've finally dealt with all these troubles. At the same time that Chu Hen's face revealed a trace of a relaxed smile, his eyes that had returned to normal also revealed slight exhaustion. This was only the first day of the Six-Nation Heaven List Great Battle, and he had already encountered 5 enemies. 3 consecutive high-intensity battles had already caused Chu Hen to be unable to take it. However, at least he had gathered all 6 tokens. Immediately, Chu Hen walked to the side of Xiao Ju's corpse, and with a flick of his Devil Slayer spear, he directly picked up Xiao Ju's storage belt into his hand. Then, he took out a fiery red, round jade pendant. The 6 tokens had all been collected. He believed that this speed would definitely be ranked at the top. Of course, there wasn't much meaning in who was the fastest to gather all 6 tokens. Once he encountered a strong team or a team with many people, the 6 tokens in Chu Hen's hand might instantly become 0. The one who had the last laugh was the way of the king. Chu Hen casually put away the tokens and the spoils of war. Just as he was about to return to the canyon waterfall, a series of hurried footsteps rapidly swept toward his location. No way! Chu Hen was startled in his heart. Was he really that unlucky? Why did he encounter enemies one after another? Senior Huangfu, the sounds of the battle just now came from there. Senior Huangfu? Chu Hen, who was about to leave, could not help but be startled. Could it be Huangfu Liang? Then, more than 10 young figures had already rushed over. However, when they saw that the area within a radius of a few hundred meters had been turned into ruins by the violent power, they were all stunned. Chu Hen! When they saw Chu Hen, who had yet to leave, they were even more surprised. Chu Hen's gaze slightly froze. These people were from the Holy Star team, and the leader was Huangfu Liang. However, none of them had a good relationship with Chu Hen. It was fine if none of them were familiar. On the contrary, Ren Han, Wei Zhong, and a few other people who had a grudge with him were also among them. Senior, Huangfu. Since they were also from the Holy Star team, Chu Hen could be considered to have greeted Huangfu Liang calmly. Huangfu Liang smiled indifferently but did not make any response. This is the Flame Shadow Dynasty's Xiao Ju? A surprised voice came from a young girl's mouth. Then she looked back at Chu Hen with a face of disbelief and said, Xiao Ju was killed by you? Yes. Chu Hen replied indifferently with a nod. Hua. In an instant, everyone looked at Chu Hen with a strange expression, especially Ren Han and Wei Zhong. Their eyes were filled with coldness. One had to know that Xiao Ju was at the peak of the 5th level core transformation realm. Even in the Flame Shadow Dynasty's team, he was ranked around 20. Now he was killed by Chu Hen just like that. What was even more surprising was that apart from his slightly weak aura, there were no obvious injuries on Chu Hen's body. It was obvious that it was not difficult for Chu Hen to kill Xiao Ju. Just how strong was this guy? He was only at the 4th level core transformation realm. Yet, he was able to kill a Flame Shadow Dynasty's genius who was at the peak of the 5th level core transformation realm so easily. Everyone could not help but reevaluate Chu Hen's strength. Haha, junior brother Chu Hen's methods are truly good. Even Xiao Ju was defeated by you. Ren Han said with a faint smile on his face. Chu Hen spread out his hands, shrugged, and said, I was just lucky. You're really humble. Ren Han's tone had a hint of sarcasm. Chu Hen could not be bothered to argue with Ren Han, so he smiled and did not say anything. Chapter 254. Since we've met here, let's go together. Huang Fuliang lifted his eyelids and said to Chu Hen calmly. Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before nodding. However, the Sacred Star team has a plan. Huang Fuliang changed the topic and said, I'll keep all the tokens of the Sacred Star team for the time being. When the time comes, I'll distribute them to all of you at the Sky Gorge platform. Oh, give the token to you for safekeeping? Chu Hen's face revealed a puzzled expression. That's right. In order to prevent your tokens from being taken away during the journey, I'll keep them for all of you. Huang Fuliang was the strongest in the entire Sacred Star team. Moreover, as the leader of the Saint Star team, to a certain extent, leaving the tokens with him was considered a safer method. Looking at Huang Fuliang's calm and irresistible gaze, Chu Hen smiled. Chu Hen smiled indifferently. Then, with a flick of his palm, a purple jade pendant appeared in his hand. This was the token that represented the Sacred Star Empire, and it was also in Chu Hen's possession. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Huang Fuliang. Chu Hen raised his hand and handed the jade pendant to Huang Fuliang. However, Huang Fuliang had no intention of taking it. He crossed his arms in front of him and replied indifferently, I don't think you understood what I meant. What I said earlier was to hand over all of your keepsakes to me for safekeeping. All of my tokens? Chu Hen frowned and glanced at Xiao Ju's corpse from the corner of his eye. Ren Han, Wei Zhong, and the rest looked at Chu Hen with a hint of schadenfreude. From their point of view, it wasn't easy for Chu Hen to kill Xiao Ju from the Flame Shadow Empire and obtain his token. Now that Huang Fuliang had confiscated his token, it was a delightful thing for others to see. The air current that was scorching hot just a moment ago was now somewhat cold and solemn. Huang Fuliang's eyes were like torches. His tone did not allow Chu Hen to refuse. Just as everyone was waiting to see Chu Hen suffer a setback, Chu Hen clenched his fist and took the purple jade pendant back into his hand. Speaking of which, I don't think it's a good idea to hand the keepsakes to you. Then he looked at the other party fearlessly. Oh, Huang Fuliang raised his eyebrows and replied with interest. I'd love to hear more. If everyone gives you their tokens, then the opponents of the other 5 dynasties only need to target you. Dealing with you alone is equivalent to defeating our entire team. Are you saying that I, Huang Fuliang, am not qualified to be the leader? Do you think others can casually snatch the token from my hands? Haha, Senior Brother Huang Fu is thinking too much. Chu Hen smiled and said, I just want to say that there are still people in the other 5 dynasties who can threaten Senior Brother Huang Fu. What's more, if our enemies join forces to deal with Senior Brother Huang Fu temporarily, then all the tokens that are gathered together will be plundered. As soon as he said this, the surrounding people couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. It was the first time someone dared to talk to Huang Fuliang like this. Wei Zhong and Ren Han laughed secretly. It was not a fun thing to offend Huang Fuliang. So you don't intend to give me the token in your hand? Huang Fuliang's expression did not change at all, but his calm tone gave people a bone-chilling feeling. Chu Hen was still unmoved and replied without hesitation, I think that Senior Brother Huang Fu doesn't need to take care of my things. As for whether I can keep my token, it's not Senior Brother Huang Fu's concern. Goodbye. After speaking, Chu Hen directly turned around and left, leaving behind an arrogant back view for everyone. Ever since he suffered a loss at the Imperial City Square, Chu Hen knew that he had to be on his guard against Huang Fuliang. Compared to the enemies of the other 5 dynasties, from how Chu Hen saw it, Huang Fuliang was perhaps even more dangerous. As for handing over all the tokens, it was impossible for him to do so. Since he could not get along with them, Chu Hen did not plan to stay. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking in the direction that Chu Hen left, Huang Fuliang's eyes flashed with coldness. The corner of his mouth curled up into a frivolous smile. Who's willing to help me bring back his token? Everyone was shocked. Looking at Huang Fuliang's smile, they felt a chill down their spines. Then, Wei Zhong walked forward without hesitation and said, I'll go. Huang Fuliang smiled indifferently and glanced at Xiao Ju's corpse. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it alone. As soon as he finished speaking, Tifeng Province's Ran Han laughed mockingly. I'm willing to help. Thank you very much. Huang Fuliang's voice was frivolous. Other than the token, I don't want to see this person ever again. Great minds think alike. Seeing the cold smiles on Ran Han and Wei Zhong's faces, the rest of the people who did not have any grudges with Chu Hen felt disgusted. It was not a wise decision to offend Huang Fuliang. Everyone could not help but worry about Chu Hen's fate. In the dark forest, Chu Hen continuously moved through the forest. The young man's determined face faintly revealed a hint of coldness. Today's luck was really bad. He met all the people that he did not want to see. The only thing that made him happy was that he had completed collecting the 6 tokens. Let's go back to the canyon first. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. He did not know how Luo Mengchang was doing. Boom! However, just as Chu Hen was preparing to return to the side of the canyon's waterfall, a wild and violent force came crushing over from the area behind him like a mountain torrent. The thick trees were cut in half, and the flowers and plants were all crushed into pieces. The remaining power of the powerful Qi wave was like a surging wave, attacking towards Chu Hen's direction. Little bastard, where do you think you're going? Wei Zhong's sinister voice was heard. Chu Hen was shocked, and his face instantly turned cold. It's finally here. Huang Fuliang really did not plan to let him go. Chu Hen looked back and saw that other than Wei Zhong, Tifeng Province's Ren Han was also among the group. Damn it! Chu Hen cursed under his breath. His frown deepened. Ren Han's strength was ranked second in Tifeng Province. He was second only to Situ Feng, the strongest person in Difeng Province. Previously, Ren Han's cultivation was in the 5th stage of the core transformation realm. After consuming the Earth Star Boundary condensing pill, he successfully broke through the bottleneck and entered the 6th stage of the core transformation realm. Although Wei Zhong was subdued by Chu Hen in the imperial capital with a single move, however, with the help of the Earth Star Boundary condensing pill, Wei Zhong successfully entered the 5th stage of the core transformation realm. Chu Hen, who was only at the peak of the 4th stage of the core transformation realm, had to face 2 opponents whose cultivation was higher than his. This was really troublesome for him. Junior brother Chu Hen, don't run so fast. You killed Ren Chong and Ren Wei. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Ren Han sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Ren Han raised both of his arms. Swoosh! The 4 black chains were like dragons emerging from the sea. With a frightening might, they attacked Chu Hen in front of them. The speed of the iron chains was extremely fast. In an instant, they were more than 10 meters long. The air was filled with the sound of waves. Chu Hen's figure moved, and he immediately changed directions. Borrowing the cover of the trees in the forest, he dodged. Where do you think you're going to hide? Ren Han laughed weirdly and raised his arms again. The 4 chains immediately turned, and with a sweeping force, they cut the towering trees in half. Once again, they chased after Chu Hen. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Ren Han is so strong. A 6th stage of the core transformation realm is really not an ordinary person. If it was under normal circumstances, Chu Hen would not have turned around and run. However, he had not been idle all this while. He had encountered a total of 5 opponents and had fought 3 rounds of intense battles. The true origin energy in Chu Hen's Dantian was still in a deficit. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage. Hey, little bastard, where do you think you're going? Taking advantage of Ren Han's cover, Wei Zhong used his fastest speed to charge forward. A large blade with golden rings appeared in his hand. With a wave of the blade, a layer of vigorous blade wave like a huge tide covered the sky and covered the earth as it chopped at Chu Hen. Leaves rustled and fell. The powerful blade wave swept over and set off an unstoppable mighty force. Ha! A defeated opponent dares to speak so boldly. Chu Hen snorted disdainfully. With a flash of white light, the demon Punisher spear appeared in his hand. With a flick of the spear, a condensed and resplendent sharp spear light took advantage of the momentum and directly shattered the blade wave. Humph! I was careless last time. Do you think you can defeat me this time? Wei Zhong shouted. Shameless boasting. Do you have the guts to fight me one-on-one? Let's see if I can't kill you. Bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you? Wei Zhong raised his blade and rushed forward. However, Ren Han, who followed closely behind, said in a low voice, This stinking brat is full of tricks. Don't pay attention to him. Let's end the battle quickly. We just need to kill him. Ren Han obviously attached more importance to Chu Hen. Even the Flame Shadow dynasties, Xiao, Zhu, lost his life at Chu Hen's hands. How could Wei Zhong deal with Chu Hen alone? Stinking brat, I'll make sure you have nowhere to go today. Crash! The 4 chains once again flew out. From 4 different directions, they chased after Chu Hen. Ren Han's control of the soul lock battle physique was like heaven and earth compared to Rin Chong and Rin Wei. Not only was his speed extremely fast, his power was also extremely strong. His flexibility was like a dragon or snake. Swoosh, swoosh, the black metal chains continuously expanded and extended. They directly passed through the trees on both sides of Chu Hen and circled in front of him, blocking his path. Chapter 255. Humph, let's see where you can escape to. The 4 black chains continued to expand and extend, directly passing through the trees on both sides of Chu Hen, circling to the front and blocking Chu Hen's path. Immediately, Chu Hen leaped up, intending to fly over. However, Ren Han's reaction speed was a little faster, only to see the solid and ice-cold chains blossoming with a dazzling golden light. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of heavy explosions, the chains rapidly shrank towards the area where Chu Hen was. As they shrank, the trees were forcibly torn apart on the spot. Little bastard, let me show you what a true soul lock battle physique is. Ren Han's eyes surged with cold, killing intent. Just as the 4 chains shrank towards Chu Hen, another 2 poisonous python-like chains darted out from his sleeves and directly attacked Chu Hen in front of him. Voila! As the second top genius in Tifeng province, Ren Han's strength could be said to be extremely strong. His soul lock battle physique bloodline limit power could even control 8 chains at the same time. And now, the power of the 6 chains had already caused Chu Hen to have no choice but to treat it seriously. Facing the attack of the 6 chains, Chu Hen quickly unfolded the power of the purple shadow wings. Buzz, buzz, a pair of purple glazed light wings unfolded behind his back. With a flap of the light wings, with a whoosh, Chu Hen directly turned into a flowing shadow and flew up into the sky, breaking away from Ren Han's grasp. It's actually a flying-type spiritual tool. Ren Han's eyes revealed a bit of heat and greed. Flying-type spiritual tools were already very rare in the Sacred Star dynasty. For any martial artist with a cultivation base below the void-piercing realm, being able to fly in the sky was definitely something that they yearned for. Wei Zhong! Ren Han shouted. He understood. Wei Zhong laughed strangely and then jumped at full speed to 20 to 30 meters in the sky. Crash! With a wave of Ren Hanyang's hand, one of the chains slithered down Wei Zhong's body like a dancing snake. Wei Zhong's feet accurately stepped on the chain, and with a bounce he completed his second jump off the ground. Wei Zhong's own strength, in addition to the strength transmitted by Ren Han through the chains, caused Wei Zhong's speed to become extremely fast. Like an arrow shot towards a bird, he charged towards Chu Hen, and the golden-ringed saber in his hand erupted with a wave of raging power. Hee, little bastard, so what if you have wings? Eat my saber. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. He had to admit that Wei Zhong and Ren Han's teamwork was exceptionally good. Even the purple shadow wings could not shake them off in an instant. Humph. However, Chu Hen did not panic at all. He flipped his left hand, and a fire spirit talisman appeared in his palm. Senior Brother Wei, I'll give you a firecracker to play with. What? With that, Chu Hen waved his hand and directly threw the fire spirit talisman. As it moved, the fire spirit talisman released an extremely manic energy fluctuation. The restless power was like a brewing volcano, abnormally violent. Wei Zhong's heart jumped, but he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly swung a powerful saber towards the fire spirit talisman. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy thunderous explosion, an incomparably scorching pillar of fire immediately shot into the sky. The sky changed color, and the wind and clouds surged. The magnificent scene in the sky was like a volcano that had suddenly erupted. A huge red mushroom cloud of flames surged into the sky, and fireballs danced wantonly in the sky. The vast and mighty scorching shockwave swept out in all directions, and a large area of the forest below was instantly burned to ashes. Bang! The astonishing shockwave caused Wei Zhong to immediately fall from the sky. His legs heavily landed on the ground, and his expression was incomparably dark and ashen. Although the fire spirit talisman did not cause much damage to him, a few holes had still been burnt on his clothes. Don't be in a daze, hurry up and chase. Ren Han shouted in a low voice. Humph, even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape. Immediately, the two continued to chase after Chu Hen. Ren Han and Wei Zhong both knew that although a flying spiritual tool was magical, it consumed a lot of true essence when using it. As long as they followed Chu Hen closely, it would not be long before Chu Hen returned to the ground. Moreover, the two also knew that Chu Hen's current state was one where his stamina was greatly depleted. As long as they paid attention to his high-grade talisman, they would be able to slowly exhaust him to death. Swish! Activating the purple shadow wings, Chu Hen quickly moved in a direction. If he could find a cliff, he would be able to use the purple shadow wings to escape from the two. However, as far as his eyes could see, there was only a vast and boundless forest. There was no effective escape route at all. This won't do. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. The little true essence that he had left was being consumed rapidly. If this continued, he would eventually become a fish on the chopping board. He could only give it his all. Buzz, buzz! In an instant, a dense, bewitching purple brilliance leaked out from Chu Hen's body. Soon after, an obscure purple light surged in the depths of his pitch-black pupils. Subsequently, Chu Hen's figure moved and he bent down to descend. Seeing Chu Hen descend from the sky, Ren Han and Wei Zhong, who were chasing after him, could not help but reveal a sinister smile. This little bastard, finally, can't hold on any longer. Go! After saying that, Wei Zhong took the lead and rushed towards the area where Chu Hen landed. The golden ring broadsword in his hand was covered in a thick layer of silver light. It was so dazzling that it was like the essence condensed from the brilliance of the moon. Ren Han followed closely behind. The 6 iron chains were like poisonous black pythons that wrapped around his body. One was the 5th-ranked genius of Imperial Martial Academy. The other was the 2nd-ranked genius of Tifeng Province. If the people of the various high-ranked martial houses in the Imperial City knew that the two of them had joined forces to hunt down a mere Chu Hen, it would probably cause countless people to sigh in amazement. You can't escape. Wei Zhong's eyes were filled with a strange smile. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a big tree in front of him suddenly exploded from the middle without any warning. Along with the splashing sawdust, a strong and dangerous aura suddenly attacked. A sharp, cold spear tore through the air, like an aurora sweeping across the night sky, and quickly pierced towards Wei Zhong's throat. What? Wei Zhong's expression changed drastically, and he immediately panicked. No matter what, he did not think that Chu Hen would actually hide here and make a sudden attack. Humph! How can you hide from my eyes with such insignificant tricks? Ren Han sneered. With a wave of his hand, one of the iron chains rapidly shot out, like a spirit snake, and directly wrapped around Chu Hen's demon punisher spear. Stop! Ren Han shouted in a stern voice. However, the incomparably sharp cold spear did not stop, and directly pierced towards Wei Zhong along with the iron chain. The powerful might of the demon punisher spear contained a terrifying force of 10,000 kilograms. A piercingly cold gale pounced towards Wei Zhong's face. Although Ren Han did not block Chu Hen's attack, it more or less restricted the other party's speed. Taking advantage of this extremely short period of time, Wei Zhong hurriedly used the golden, ringed broadsword in front of him to block. Bang! The astonishing power that was as ferocious as a mountain firmly struck the broadsword's blade, and a ball of surging true essence shockwave exploded. The airflow in the air violently trembled. The surging hidden force completely surged into Wei Zhong's body, and the latter was directly shaken until he continuously retreated. His entire arm was numb, and the broadsword almost flew out of his hand. That was close. If Ren Han had not dragged Chu Hen out for a split second, the spear would have pierced through the other party's throat. Damn bastard! Wei Zhong was unable to restrain his anger. In his rage, he swung the broadsword towards Chu Hen. Bang! Chu Hen shook off the iron chain on his body, and a slight trace of regret flashed in his eyes. If he had killed Wei Zhong first, the pressure on him would have obviously decreased a lot. Once the opportunity was lost, there would not be a second time. Stinking brat, even though you are full of tricks, don't even think of escaping from me. Ren Han's hands today. Following that, the 6 chains that were flickering with a golden radiance quickly launched a fierce attack towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen frowned, but he could only face Wei Zhong's attack while dodging Ren Han's iron chain attacks. The chaotic battle of 1 against 2 unfolded in the forest. Chu Hen fought and retreated, and the cold spear in his hand constantly collided with Wei Zhong's broadsword. Sparks flew when the sharp weapons collided. The hard and cold iron chain was like a soaring dragon, dancing like a snake, sweeping towards Chu Hen with the momentum of an iron chain crossing a river. The might of the chains was extremely destructive. Flowers, grass, and trees were all swept away, and deep ravines and cracks appeared on the ground. Even though this was the case, Chu Hen appeared calm and unruffled under the joint attack of 2 top geniuses. Although he defended more than he attacked, he did not show any signs of being flustered. Ren Han was secretly surprised. This Chu Hen seemed to be able to predict his attack in advance, and he was able to dodge it perfectly every time. This was really strange. This guy is really not simple. Ren Han's eyes became colder and colder. At the same time, he had already made up his mind that Chu Hen must not be left alive. Such a genius with unlimited potential would definitely be a huge disaster if he were to be left alive. The best way was to kill this threat completely in the cradle. Swoosh! In the next moment, the 7th and 8th iron chains suddenly flew out from Ren Han's shoulders. There was a total of 8 iron chains, giving people the feeling that they were swinging their long legs. Under Ren Han's control, the 8 iron chains continuously attacked Chu Hen from the front and back, and the rapid airflow caused the space within a radius of 100 meters to become abnormally chaotic. On the other hand, the pressure on Chu Hen also became greater and greater. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange energy fluctuation was suddenly transmitted from Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen could not help but be shocked. Chapter 256. Just as Ren Han was controlling the 8 chains to attack Chu Hen with all his might, an extremely unsettling and peculiar energy suddenly surged in Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen was startled, and a strange expression appeared on his face. "Huh, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be absent-minded," Wei Zhong sneered disdainfully as he flipped his broadsword and slashed at his opponent. Chu Hen's figure moved, and with a few somersaults he retreated to the trunk of a large tree behind him. Immediately after, the energy in his body was like a torrent that was about to break through a dam, and the Yuan Dan in Chu Hen's dantian became extremely turbulent. An active and rich purple light lingered around Chu Hen's body, and his handsome and determined face looked especially demonic and evil at this moment. Ren Han and Wei Zhong were also puzzled by this. What the hell was this guy doing? After a moment of confusion, thick, killing intent flashed in their eyes again. "Brat, don't play tricks in front of the 2 of us. No matter what tricks you play today, you can't escape death." After saying that, Wei Zhong and Ren Han both raised an unstoppable, piercingly cold power and attacked Chu Hen. Both of their bodies released a strong and violent true origin energy, causing the ground to tremble incessantly. It was obvious that Wei Zhong and Ren Han did not intend to delay any longer, and were ready to give Chu Hen the final fatal blow. Hum, a dazzling silver light like the sun bloomed from Wei Zhong's broadsword, and a powerful pressure surged toward Chu Hen. Ren Han's 8 chains followed closely behind. 4 of them attacked Chu Hen's limbs, 2 wrapped around his neck and waist, and the other 2 attacked his chest. Boom! However, at this moment, a monstrous purple light erupted from Chu Hen's body. The vast purple light soared into the sky, shaking the surroundings and stirring up the winds and clouds. The area within a circumference of 1,000 meters trembled unceasingly. Wei Zhong and Ren Han's expression couldn't help but change. The 2 of them could clearly feel an indescribable pressure from Chu Hen's body. Buzz! In the next instant, 2 bewitching rays of purple light blossomed from Chu Hen's eyes. His pupils, which were originally only surging with a faint purple luster, were now especially resplendent. What? Purple eyes? How could this be? Ren Han and Wei Zhong turned pale with fright. "Don't worry about him. Kill him!" Ren Han shouted. "I know." Wei Zhong raised his saber and leaped up. He slashed at Chu Hen with an incomparably powerful attack. And in that split second, deep within Chu Hen's bewitching purple pupils, 2 tiny black dots violently swayed uneasily. Following that, the 2 black dots suddenly shifted to one side. Immediately after, a 3rd black astonishingly appeared in Chu Hen's pupils. 3 star demon eyes. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. Between heaven and earth, a cyclone surged. The bewitching sharp eyes, like the light of a torch, stared at Ren Han's eyes. Plop! When he came into contact with Chu Hen's bewitching eyes, a formless special power surged forth like a fierce tiger. Ren Han's heart trembled violently. An extremely strange feeling occupied his mind. It was a moment of blurred consciousness. After a moment of blurred consciousness, Ren Han regained consciousness. His face was already showing a sinister smile. The 6 iron chains under his control had already wrapped around Chu Hen's limbs, neck, and waist. He go to hell! Hiss, hiss! The sharp and ear-piercing sound was unusually beautiful. The remaining 2 iron chains directly pierced through Chu Hen's chest. Looking at the dark red blood constantly spurting out, Ren Han was extremely proud and presumptuous. "Ha ha ha ha, in my eyes, who do you think you are?" The ice-cold wind blew, and the sky seemed to be a little dark. The 8 iron chains caused Chu Hen to be firmly nailed to the ground. However, there was not the slightest expression of pain on Chu Hen's face. He smiled, and his smile was extremely evil. In his pair of purple demon eyes, 3 black dots formed a triangle. It seems that you haven't noticed, but your companion has disappeared." "Companion?" Ran Han's heart was shocked, and his eyes suddenly surged with thick confusion. Where was Wei Zhong? He was clearly here a moment ago. Then Ran Han's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle, and his face suddenly became as pale as a sheet, because he found that at this moment Chu Hen was actually standing in the same place, safe and sound. The 8 iron chains did not touch him at all. What shocked Ren Han even more was that at the end of his 8 iron chains there was indeed a person hanging, but that person was not Chu Hen but Wei Zhong. The 6 iron chains wrapped around Wei Zhong's limbs, neck, waist. As for the other 2, they pierced through his chest. Wei Zhong floated in the air, blood continuously spurting out of his body. His eyes were wide open, and it was clear that he had died with a grievance. What was going on? What was going on just now? Ren Han was confused. The one who had just killed Chu Hen was clearly Chu Hen, so why was the one who died now? This was too strange. Ha! A playful smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. "How's the power of the 3 stars demon eyes?" Three stars demon eyes? Ren Han's hands were trembling. 3 stars demon eyes, just as Li Wuxian had said, only at the level of 3 stars and above could be called a true eye technique. 1 star and 2 stars could only be considered the beginner level. The power of the 3 stars demon eyes was to affect the opponent's will, and cause the opponent to hallucinate. Just now, when Ren Han and Chu Hen looked into each other's eyes, the demon eyes had already made Ren Han hallucinate and affected his will to kill Wei Zhong. Although Chu Hen could only affect Ren Han for an instant, at that time the connection was just right. Demon eyes? Ren Han looked at Chu Hen in extreme fear, especially the purple demon eyes. They were like the eyes of an ancient demon god, filled with a dense aura of danger. Who are you? Go ask Yama." Chu Hen sneered, then leaped down and attacked Ren Han with the Demon Slayer spear, which was wrapped in a dense purple light. Ren Han's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly pushed out his palm to block the attack. Bang! A powerful aftershock swept out, and Ren Han was pushed back repeatedly. Wei Zhong's inexplicable death had already made Ren Han panic. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight anymore. Without another word, he didn't even have time to retract the iron chains. He turned around and ran as fast as he could. The most important thing now was to stay alive. Run. I have to run. Chapter 257. Run. After seeing Wei Zhong die tragically in front of him, Ren Han panicked. Without saying anything, he turned around and ran away. Naturally, Chu Hen would not let him escape just like that. Ren Han already knew his secret about the demon pupil sacred body. Keeping him alive would only add to his troubles. However, Chu Hen was almost an arrow at the end of its flight. If it was not for the fact that the demon pupil sacred body had completed its evolution at the critical moment, he was afraid that he would not be in a good situation. Moreover, Ren Han's cultivation base was at the 6th level of the core transformation realm. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Chu Hen to catch up with him if he wanted to escape. Looking at Ren Han, who had already escaped hundreds of meters away, Chu Hen's face turned cold. A demonic purple light surged in the depths of his eyes. He could only use the Nirvana Ray once. Although this would deplete the last bit of Chu Hen's physical strength, there was no other way. However, at this moment, an incomparably heavy and violent vibration suddenly came from the front. In the next moment, a large area of the forest in front of them was directly flattened. The mighty and vigorous aftermath spread in all directions like a torrent. Under Chu Hen's shocked gaze, Ren Han let out a panicked scream. Then he directly spat out a mouthful of blood and drew a parabola in the air before falling heavily to the ground. Fallen leaves and dust wantonly flew into the air. This. Chu Hen lightly clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes slightly. Then a beautiful figure slowly walked out of the chaotic smoke and dust. Pitch black, soft, long hair, elegant and refined, beautiful face, snow-white skin that seemed like it could be broken by the wind, bright eyes and cherry lips, beautiful and otherworldly. Miss Mingshang. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise. At the same time, the demonic purple in his eyes quietly disappeared and returned to normal, pitch-black color. The person who came was none other than Luo Mingshang, who was previously in the illusion formation at the Great Waterfall. Her beautiful eyes rippled slightly as she looked at Chu Hen and smiled faintly. After that, she pointed at Ren Han, who was lying on the ground and unable to get up. "Are you going to woo him?" Chu Hen smiled and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome. I still have to thank you for helping me just now," Luo Mengchang replied. At this moment, Ren Han's face was filled with fear and disbelief. One was Chu Hen, and the other was Luo Mengchang. These two people who entered the heaven ranking with the help of the earth ranking actually had such terrifying strength. "Talk to you later," Chu Hen said. Luo Mengshang nodded. "All right." After that, Chu Hen turned sideways and walked toward Ren Han, who was lying on the ground. Ren Han was shocked and furious, and his face was ghastly pale. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, Tifeng province will not let this go, he. Chu Hen's smile was especially mocking. He said indifferently with a bit of playfulness, "Did Huang Fuliang tell you to come and kill me?" Ren Han clenched his teeth and said with a sullen face, "Yes." "Very well, give it to me." Chu Hen stretched out his right hand. What did you say?" "The token is with Huang Fuliang." Ren Han replied in a deep voice, "We will work together as a team to seize someone else's token. When the time comes, Huang Fuliang promised to give me 6 tokens. "Oh, I see." Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows and turned around. "Miss Mingshang, let's go." Seeing Chu Hen turn around and leave, Ren Han was shocked and surprised. He did not kill him. It seemed that his previous threat worked. After all, he was still worried about Tifeng province. "Brat, wait until I find Huang Fuliang. Let's see how long you can live." Ren Han narrowed his eyes and scolded him in his heart. However, when Chu Hen had walked less than 10 meters away, the finger of his right hand lightly flicked. Then, a black shadow flew out from Chu Hen's hand and landed next to Ren Han. Thud! Along with the sound of something falling to the ground, Ren Han's heart trembled and his pupils shrank. It was a heavenly thunder talisman. Boom! In the next moment, a violent thunderstorm exploded behind Chu Hen. The shockingly violent power caused the ground to tremble uneasily. Dust and blood flew everywhere, and rubble mixed with minced flesh flew in all directions. As for Chu Hen, he did not even turn his head. The young man's sculpted face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Even Luo Mingshang, who was not far away, was stunned by this sudden scene. To be honest, she really believed that Chu Hen had planned to let Ren Han go. She did not expect that in the blink of an eye, Ren Han would be blasted into smithereens. Luo Mingshang pursed her red lips. The young man in front of her, who was about the same age as her, did things so ruthlessly? Ren Han was the second genius in Tifeng province, yet he was killed so easily. What's wrong? Chu Hen walked in front of her and saw that Luo Mingshang was in a daze, so he could not help but ask. Luo Mingshang came back to her senses and shook her head with a smile. "Nothing. After I woke up at the waterfall, I saw 3 corpses there, so I followed this path to find you." "How did you know it would be me?" "That person from the Sword Dynasty had 9 very neat wounds on his body. Only you and Bai Yue from Tensei Prefecture could cause such wounds. I do not know Bai Yue, so I believe that she would not meddle in my affairs." Chu Hen smiled. "Miss Mingshang is indeed smart." "Of course." Luo Mingshang pouted and said, "But after you killed those 3 people, why did you leave without waiting for me to wake up?" Chu Hen spread out his hands and said helplessly, I wanted to. I met a guy from the Flame Shadow Empire called Xiao Ju. He is quite strong, so I could only drag the battle further away. After that, Chu Hen told the story of how he dealt with Xiao Ju and how he met Huang Fuliang and the others. Luo Mingshang was shocked after listening to him. So it was all because of me? Luo Mingshang's heart could not help but throb, and her eyes revealed a trace of gentleness. Thank you. You're welcome. Let's go. Okay. Chu Hen did not plan to stay here for long. Huang Fuliang had not seen Ren Han and Wei Zhong for a long time. If they returned, they might come looking for him. Although his demon pupil's sacred body had broken through to the 3rd star level, he was still not proficient enough in controlling his power. As of now, Chu Hen did not want to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Huang Fuliang and have a direct confrontation. Of course, if Huang Fuliang wanted to bully him like a soft persimmon, Chu Hen would not let him bully him. Immediately, Chu Hen and Luo Mingshang left the place and headed towards the center of the 7 Souls' ancient kingdom. Thank you, Xingqin, for your 10,000 tips. I am very grateful for your support. Logically speaking, I should have added more updates today. However, there are too many things to do during the National Day. I can only guarantee the most basic updates every day. When the National Day is over, I will definitely add more updates to express my gratitude.